Greetings, warriors and dreamers. Welcome to the realms of sleep, where tonight we journey through the epic world of God of War. I am your guide through the 9 realms, where ancient gods whisper their secrets and mythic landscapes unfold before us. From the frost-covered mountains of Midgard to the golden halls of Asgard, these tales of gods and giants will carry you into peaceful slumber. Lay down your weapons, rest your weary head, and allow the legends of these powerful beings to become the landscape of your dreams. The battles have been fought, and now is the time for rest. So close your eyes, brave one. Let the fire of the hearth warm you as we begin our journey through realms both wondrous and dangerous. The last crimson rays of sunset bled from the ancient forests of Vanaheim as Freya made her way along the forgotten path. Moss-covered stones marked the trail that few now remembered, winding between colossal trees whose branches created a cathedral-like canopy overhead. Her steps were deliberate yet light, barely disturbing the carpet of fallen leaves that softened the forest floor. Despite her unhurried pace, purpose guided each movement. She had been called back to this place after too long an absence. The Witch of the Woods carried nothing but a small pouch of herbs at her belt and the clothes upon her back, a simple dress of deep green embroidered with gold thread that caught what little light filtered through the forest canopy. She had shed her armor and weapons, leaving behind the trappings of the warrior she had become in her years of exile. Tonight required something different, something she had almost forgotten. Vulnerability. As twilight deepened, the forest changed around her. Night-blooming flowers unfurled delicate petals, releasing subtle fragrances that stirred ancient memories. Luminescent fungi adorned fallen logs like strings of ethereal lanterns, casting a spectral blue-green glow that illuminated her path, where the trees grew densest. Freya paused occasionally, her fingers brushing against moss-covered trunks or trailing through ferns that whispered against her skin, reacquainting herself with a homeland that had once known her touch intimately. The land remembers, she murmured to herself, voice barely audible above the gentle symphony of night creatures beginning their evening songs. She could feel it, the subtle shift in the forest's energy as it recognized her presence. No longer queen, no longer goddess in name, yet still connected to the land through bonds forged in the realm's deepest magic. Small woodland creatures emerged from hiding to observe her passage. Curious squirrels with eyes like polished obsidian, a fox whose russet coat appeared almost ethereal in the deepening twilight, silent owls watching from overhead branches with ancient wisdom in their unblinking gaze. None fled from her approach. Instead, they seemed to acknowledge her with the quiet reverence due a returning daughter of the Vanir. A nightingale alighted on a branch near her path, its song more complex and melodious than those of its Midgard cousins. The bird's notes hung in the still air like liquid silver, each phrase echoing with meanings beyond mere territorial announcements or mating calls. To one versed in the oldest Vanir arts, such songs contained messages, not language as mortals understood it, but emotional impressions and energetic signatures that conveyed information too subtle for words. This particular melody spoke of renewal, of cycles completing and beginning again. The nightingale tilted its head, meeting Freya's gaze with unexpected directness, before launching into a final trilling phrase that caused the air around them to shimmer momentarily with golden light. "Yes," Freya responded with the ghost of a smile. "I hear you, little messenger. The time has indeed come around again." The path began to slope gently downward, leading her into a valley untouched by the conflict that had reshaped much of the 9 realms. Here, time moved differently, flowing like the gentle streams that fed the heart of this sacred place. The trees thinned slightly, allowing more of the emerging night sky to become visible overhead. Stars began to appear, first as faint pinpricks, then with growing brilliance as darkness claimed the heavens. Memories surfaced unbidden as she descended deeper into the valley, her first journey to this place as a child, clutching her mother's hand with wide-eyed wonder. Later visits as a young woman learning to channel the unique energies that pooled here like water in a natural basin. The last time she had come, troubled by prophecies and political machinations that eventually led to war between Aesir and Vanir. How innocent she had been then, despite believing herself wise and worldly. The quality of silence changed as she progressed, becoming expectant, almost reverential. The random calls of night birds and rustling of small animals gave way to a stillness broken only by the soft percussion of water droplets falling from leaves and the whisper of a gentle breeze through the canopy above. Even her own footsteps seemed muted, as if the land itself absorbed sound out of respect for what lay ahead. "Mother," Freya whispered, not as summons but as recognition. This place had been sacred to the Vanir for generations before her birth, yet her own mother had brought her here first as a child, then as a young woman learning the deeper magics of their people. The memories rose unbidden, gentle hands guiding her own as they wove enchantments of growth and healing, a melodic voice explaining the language of stars and water, the scent of herbs crushed between fingers to release their essence. A subtle fragrance drifted on the night air, linden blossoms and sweet fern, her mother's favorite herbs, though neither grew in this part of the forest and the season for linden flowers had long passed. The scent lingered just at the edge of perception, present yet impossible to locate precisely. Freya did not try to find its source. Some messages required acknowledgement rather than investigation. "I remember your teachings," she said softly, to the presence suggested by the familiar fragrance, "though I have not always honored them as I should." The path made a final turn around an ancient oak, whose massive trunk would have required 5 grown men linking arms to encircle. Beyond it, the forest opened into a perfect circular glade, and there it lay, just as it had existed in her memory for centuries. The Moonwell. The clearing appeared as if crafted by divine hands rather than formed by natural processes. Perfectly circular, perhaps 50 paces across, it was ringed by 9 white birch trees whose silver bark gleamed in the emerging moonlight. Their positions formed a protective boundary around the central feature, a pool of water so still and clear it might have been fashioned from liquid crystal. The Moonwell itself was perhaps 20 paces in diameter, its edge defined by smooth stones arranged with careful precision. The water within seemed to hold a light of its own, a soft luminescence that could not be entirely explained by the reflection of stars or the first gleam of the rising moon. From somewhere beneath its surface came the gentle music of water in motion, though the pool's surface remained perfectly undisturbed. A contradiction that spoke to the magic inherent in this place. Surrounding the pool grew a circle of reeds, unlike any found elsewhere in the 9 realms, their stalks translucent, revealing inner structures like delicate silver filigree when moonlight passed through them. Between these reeds bloomed night flowers, with petals that opened only in darkness, their centers glowing with gentle amber light that attracted tiny fireflies. These luminous insects drifted lazily above the water's surface, creating patterns that seemed almost deliberate in their movements. Freya paused at the edge of the clearing, one hand resting against the massive oak as she absorbed the beauty before her. For the first time since entering the forest, Emotion threatened to overwhelm her carefully maintained composure. This sacred place remained untouched by the chaos that had engulfed so much of her life, preserved in perfect stillness, as if waiting specifically for her return. "I have been away too long," she acknowledged softly, the words carrying more weight than their simple meaning might suggest. Her absence from this place represented more than physical distance. It symbolized how far she had strayed from the central truths that once guided her existence. In the time since she had last visited this sacred grove, Freya had been many things: queen to a people not her own, wife to a god whose nature opposed her deepest values, mother to a son whose destiny she had tried desperately to alter, exile wandering realms that once welcomed her, witch feared and respected in equal measure by mortals who understood little of her true nature. She had wielded power and lost it, bestowed blessings and curses, healed and harmed, loved and hated, with the fierce intensity that defined her being. Yet standing before the moonwell, these identities seemed to recede, becoming thin as morning mist before the rising sun. Here she was simply Freya, daughter of Vanaheim, student of its deepest mysteries, participant in the endless cycles of growth and rest that defined her homeland's fundamental nature. A gentle breeze stirred the silver birches, creating a sound like distant chimes as their delicate leaves brushed against one another. To Freya's sensitive ears, the sound carried a pattern too deliberate to be coincidence, a welcome in the ancient language of her people, spoken not through words, but through the voice of nature itself. With reverence in each step, she moved forward into the glade, feeling the immediate difference in the ground beneath her feet. The grass here grew in a specific pattern, concentric circles radiating outward from the moonwell, each ring a slightly different shade of green, creating a subtle mandala visible only when viewed from above or by those with eyes trained to see such patterns. The air itself felt different here, lighter, more rarefied, as if the boundary between physical and magical had grown particularly thin. Each breath seemed to fill her not just with air, but with subtle energies that tingled through her body, awakening senses long dulled by grief and anger. Colors appeared more vibrant, scents more complex, sounds more distinct, the world becoming more fully itself within this sacred space. As she approached the edge of the moonwell, small lights began to emerge from the surrounding forest. Not fireflies, but tiny luminous beings that the mortals of Midgard might have called fairies. To Freya, they were simply the lesser spirits of Vanaheim, elemental consciousnesses drawn to places of power and to those who knew how to perceive them. They drifted around her in curious spirals, their light casting her shadow in multiple directions simultaneously. "I remember you as well, little ones," she said, with the first smile to touch her lips since entering the forest. In response, the spirits bobbed in what might have been delight, their movements creating ephemeral trails of light in the air around her. These beings had been her first teachers in magic, before formal instruction, before runes and rituals, before understanding the concept of power itself. As a child, she had seen them when others could not, communicated with them through intuitive knowing rather than language. They had shown her the hidden properties of plants, the secret movements of waters beneath the earth, the subtle relationships between celestial cycles and terrestrial growth patterns. One spirit, brighter than the others, with a distinctive blue-green luminescence, approached more directly, hovering before her at eye level. Freya recognized this particular entity, though such beings rarely maintain consistent identities across decades, let alone centuries. "Nixa," she greeted, the name feeling strange on her tongue after so long unspoken. "You have remained." The spirit pulsed with increased brilliance, its light momentarily forming a shape like cupped hands offering water. The gesture it had used to introduce itself to Freya when she was barely old enough to walk. Such consistency across time was vanishingly rare among these elemental consciousnesses, suggesting Nixa had evolved beyond the typical limitations of its kind. "You honor me with your remembrance," Freya acknowledged, understanding that the spirit had deliberately maintained this connection across centuries. Perhaps as guardian of the Moonwell, perhaps out of affection for the child she had been, perhaps for reasons incomprehensible to even her considerable understanding. Nixa drifted closer to the water's edge, its light creating subtle ripples across the previously undisturbed surface, an invitation and preparation combined. Then it retreated, rejoining the collective dance of spirits surrounding the glade, though remaining slightly apart in the way of those who have evolved into greater individuation. At the very edge of the Moonwell, Freya knelt gracefully, her reflection immediately apparent in the still waters before her. The sight caused her breath to catch momentarily, not from vanity, but from the stark honesty of what the water revealed. The Moonwell did not simply reflect physical appearances. It showed the truth of one's inner state with uncomfortable clarity. In the water's surface, Freya saw not just her physical form, but the weight of centuries etched into her features. The hardness around her eyes, the tension in her shoulders, the wariness that had become so constant she no longer consciously recognized it. The water showed her a woman armored against further pain, a being who had survived by building walls within herself. Necessary, perhaps, but constraining to the spirit she had once been. Beneath these obvious patterns, the reflection revealed subtler truths, a depth of compassion not extinguished despite her efforts to protect herself from further vulnerability. Wisdom gained through suffering that had transformed theoretical knowledge into embodied understanding, a capacity for joy that remained dormant but intact like seeds awaiting proper season for germination. "So this is what I have become," she whispered, one hand hovering above the water's surface but not touching it. The reflection showed this gesture as well. Hesitation where once there would have been certainty, caution where there once was trust. Yet within this hesitation, the water somehow revealed courage, the willingness to see truly despite the discomfort such vision might bring. This had always been the Moonwell's first gift and greatest challenge, unflinching reflection of reality beyond the stories one told oneself, beyond the identities constructed to navigate external circumstances. From the reeds at the edge of the pool emerged a new presence, a white deer so pale it seemed almost to glow in the strengthening moonlight. The animal moved with impossible grace, its hooves making no sound as it approached the opposite side of the Moonwell. It regarded Freya with eyes of deep amber, showing neither fear nor particular reverence, but rather a calm acceptance of her presence as part of the natural order. The deer lowered its elegant neck to drink from the pool, its lips barely disturbing the water's perfect surface. This simple action, the natural communion between creature and element, struck Freya with unexpected force. The animal took what it needed with neither guilt nor excessive gratitude, accepting the gift of water as its birthright, rather than as something to be earned or questioned. "You remind me of simpler truths," Freya acknowledged, addressing the deer directly though keeping her voice gentle to avoid startling the creature. "When did I forget how to simply be?" The deer raised its head, water droplets clinging to its muzzle like liquid diamonds in the moonlight. It regarded her for a long moment, eyes reflecting a wisdom beyond animal consciousness, before turning and walking with unhurried elegance back toward the forest edge. there it paused, looking back once as if in invitation, before disappearing between two of the silver birches. In some ways, the deer's simple presence had been more powerful than any elaborate ritual could have been, a living embodiment of unforced harmony with the natural world. The creature's brief visit had reminded her of fundamental principles she had once understood intimately, that taking what one needs without excess is not selfish but appropriate, that beauty requires no justification beyond its existence, that power expressed through grace creates no distortion in the wider pattern. Left alone with the moon well, Freya felt the full weight of silence settle around her. The moon had now risen fully above the trees, its light creating a perfect circle on the water's surface, a mirror of itself that seemed solid enough to touch. The time had come for what she had traveled here to do, yet she found herself hesitating at the threshold of vulnerability required. The water only reflects clearly when the heart is still, came a voice, or perhaps the memory of a voice, so familiar that Freya's eyes filled with unexpected tears. Her mother's words, spoken centuries ago during her first visit to this sacred place, returned with perfect clarity, as if carried on the night breeze itself. Jord, her father, had taught her the craft of magic, runes and rituals, herb lore and healing, the manipulation of physical elements through concentrated will. But her mother, Nerthus, had imparted something more fundamental than technique, an understanding of the consciousness that underlay all forms, the awareness that participated in reality rather than merely observing or attempting to control it. Freya closed her eyes, allowing the tears to fall without resistance. Each drop that touched the ground seemed to release a small measure of the tension she had carried for so long. Grief for her son, anger at Odin, regret for choices made with limited understanding of their consequences. Not forgiveness, yet, not absolution, but acknowledgement, the first necessary step toward healing. When she opened her eyes again, the moonwell seemed to pulse once with inner light, as if recognizing her willingness to begin. From the small pouch at her belt, Freya removed 3 items with deliberate care. A sprig of lavender, a small crystal of clear quartz, and a single silver thread. Each represented an element of the ritual she had come to perform: purification, clarity, and connection. The lavender she had gathered herself from the sunny slope behind her woodland hut in Midgard, nurturing the plants with attentive care despite their foreign origin in that harsher realm. The crystal came from deep within Svartalfheim's hidden caverns, a gift from dwarven craftsmen who still remembered her with respect despite her fall from official divine status. The silver thread had been spun by her own hands from moonlight captured during the solstice, an ancient Vanir technique remembered by few still living. She held each item for a moment, infusing it with specific intent before beginning the ritual proper. This was not the elaborate ceremonial magic of the Aesir, with their dramatic gestures and thunderous proclamations. Vanir magic worked differently, subtle, intimate, relying on relationship rather than dominance, on invitation rather than command. The lavender she crushed gently between her palms, releasing its essence before sprinkling the bruised flowers upon the water's surface. Rather than floating, as physical objects might be expected to do, the lavender dissolved into the water instantly, spreading ripples of pale purple light that expanded outward from the point of contact. "For cleansing," she murmured, the ritual words returning to her lips as naturally as breathing, "that I might see without distortion." The scent of lavender intensified around her, carrying with it properties beyond its physical composition, a subtle vibration that resonated with emotional purification, creating space within her consciousness where clarity might emerge. The Vanir had always understood that true seeing began not with the eyes but with the heart, one perceived clearly only when emotional turbidity had settled. Next came the quartz crystal, which she held between her palms for several heartbeats, infusing it with intent before placing it gently upon the water's surface. Against all physical laws, the stone did not sink, but instead began to rotate slowly at the exact center of the moonwell, creating a focal point for the energies gathering in the sacred space. For clarity, she continued, her voice strengthening. That truth might be revealed without fear. The crystal caught moonlight and transformed it, sending refractions through the water that created geometric patterns across the pool's surface, sacred configurations that the Vanir had once used as the foundation for their most profound cosmological understandings. These patterns rippled outward, interacting with the lingering energy from the lavender to create more complex harmonics, like music made visible. Finally, she took the silver thread and wound it once around her left wrist before trailing its end into the water. The thread did not become wet. Instead, it seemed to extend beneath the surface, connecting her physically to the magic of the moonwell. For connection, she completed, the final words of the initial ritual, that I might remember what was and perceive what could be. The silver thread began to glow with subtle luminescence, conducting energy between her body and the sacred pool in a continuous circuit. This connection was not one way, not merely her drawing power from the moonwell, but a reciprocal exchange, her own essence contributing to the pool's ancient accumulation of consciousness and experience. With these preparations complete, Freya settled more comfortably at the pool's edge, arranging her dress around her as she assumed the cross-legged posture her mother had taught her for deep meditation. Her hands rested palms upward on her knees, the silver thread glimmering in the moonlight where it connected her to the water. She closed her eyes, focusing first on her breathing. Slow, deliberate inhalations, followed by equally measured exhalations. As her breathing established its rhythm, she became aware of another rhythm synchronizing with her own, the subtle pulse of the moonwell itself, a gentle expanding and contracting of energy that matched perfectly with her breath once she attuned to it. This connection deepened with each cycle, her consciousness gradually merging with the ancient magic of the sacred pool. Through this growing connection, Freya began to sense the true nature of the moonwell more fully than she had even in her youth. It was not simply a place, but a junction, a point where the essence of Vanaheim concentrated and communicated with itself across time. The water held memories not just of those who had visited its shores, but of the land itself through countless seasons of growth and rest. Images began to flow through her mind, carried on the current of the moonwell's consciousness. Vanaheim as it had been when the first Vanir awakened to consciousness, the gradual development of their harmony with the realm's natural forces, the eventual flowering of a civilization built on understanding rather than dominance. She saw her ancestors gathering at this very pool, their rituals more elaborate but fundamentally unchanged from what she practiced now. The flow of images continued, showing her mother as a young woman, then herself as a child, wide-eyed and filled with wonder at her first introduction to the moonwell's magic. She watched her younger self grow into a powerful practitioner of Vanir arts, saw the respect and love that had surrounded her before ambition and politics drew her away from these simpler truths. Then came images she had not expected, her life after leaving Vanaheim. The moonwell showed her moments she had forgotten or dismissed as unimportant, kindnesses she had shown to creatures in need, wisdom shared with those who sought her counsel, beauty created through her magic even in darkest times. The water reminded her of aspects of herself she had relegated to shadow, her capacity for joy, for wonder, for connection beyond the bonds of family and obligation. Each memory carried not just visual impressions, but the full emotional context of its original experience. The innocent delight of her childhood discoveries, the passionate intensity of her early magical accomplishments, the complex blend of pride and trepidation as she accepted greater responsibilities among her people. The Moonwell offered these experiences not chronologically but organically, connections between moments separated by decades becoming apparent through emotional or thematic resonance. "I had forgotten," she whispered, the words rippling across the water's surface. "There was more to me than pain and power." The Moonwell's response came not in words, but in a gentle surge of warmth that traveled up the silver thread connecting them, spreading through her body like liquid sunlight. It carried a sentiment that required no language: affirmation, acceptance, welcome. The sacred pool recognized her as both the queen she had been and the wounded healer she had become, and found value in both incarnations. This unconditional acceptance broke something within Freya, a final barrier she had maintained against her own vulnerability. Tears flowed freely now, dropping into the Moonwell, where each transformed into a tiny point of light that joined the constellation of memories already floating beneath its surface. She wept, not from sorrow alone, but from relief, the profound release that comes with being truly seen and still deemed worthy. As her tears subsided, Freya became aware of a new presence, not physical but energetic, a familiar pattern she had not encountered in centuries. The sensation was so unexpected that her eyes opened wide, breaking her meditative state as she searched the glade around her. "Mother," she whispered, the question hanging in the night air. No visible form appeared, yet the presence strengthened, a distinctive energy signature as recognizable to Freya as a voice or face would be to mortal senses. It manifested first as a gentle eddy in the water before her, then as a subtle fragrance of herbs her mother had favored, finally as a warm pressure against her shoulder, like a comforting hand. Unlike the godly manifestations of the Aesir, with their thunder and spectacle, this presence came with characteristically Vanir subtlety, undeniable yet unimposing, powerful without domination, intimate without intrusion. It conveyed itself through natural elements rather than separating from them, embodying the fundamental Vanir understanding that consciousness and matter existed on a continuous spectrum rather than as distinct categories. "You never truly left," Freya realized, speaking the truth as it revealed itself to her. "You became part of the land itself." The presence seemed to pulse once in confirmation before expanding outward, encompassing the entire glade in its gentle awareness. This was what the ancient texts had meant about the Vanir returning to the soil of their homeland. Not a poetic metaphor, but a literal transformation. Consciousness merging with the realm itself, rather than passing to some separate afterlife. "You've been waiting for me to remember how to listen," Freya continued, understanding flowing through her like the current of the Moonwell itself. Her people had never truly worshipped ancestors as separate entities. They had communed with them through the land itself, the trees, the water, the very air that sustained life. Her mother had not abandoned her, but had transformed into something both less and more than her original form. Less individually defined, yet more extensively connected. No longer limited by the boundaries of a single consciousness, yet unable to interact through conventional means. This was the true meaning of the cycle of renewal that the Vanir had understood so intimately. not continuation of the same, but transformation into new forms of being. In response to this realization, the energy around her coalesced momentarily into a pattern of light above the water, not forming a human shape, but rather a complex symbol that Freya recognized from the most ancient Vanir teachings. It represented transformation, the continuous cycle of becoming that defined existence itself. "I understand," she said softly. "Nothing is ever truly lost, only transformed." This knowledge settled into her with the weight of fundamental truth. Her mother had not abandoned her. The wisdom of generations had not been destroyed by war or exile. It remained accessible to those who remembered how to perceive it, not through commands or demands, but through receptive stillness and respectful attention. With this understanding came a subtle but profound shift in her perception of her own losses. Balder, her beloved son, remained separated from her by Odin's decree and his own rage, yet the connection between them could not be severed by mere circumstance, no matter how painful. The love she had poured into him had become part of his being, regardless of how he might currently reject it. Nothing freely given was ever truly wasted. It simply continued in forms beyond immediate recognition. Even her marriage to Odin, that complex, passionate, ultimately disastrous union, had not been merely a mistake to be regretted. It had transformed her, challenged her, revealed aspects of both strength and vulnerability she might never otherwise have discovered. The pain of its dissolution did not negate the growth it had catalyzed, though the nature of that growth had taken centuries to become apparent. The Moonwell's surface began to shift, its perfect stillness giving way to gentle movement as if stirred by an unfelt breeze. The reflection it had shown earlier, Freya burdened by centuries of pain and regret, gradually transformed. The hardness around her eyes softened, the tension in her shoulders released. The weariness gave way to a cautious openness. The water showed not who she had been or even who she currently was, but who she might become if she continued along this path of remembrance and reconnection. "Is this possible?" she asked, her fingers hovering just above the water's transformed reflection. The answer came as a chorus of whispers, not a single voice, but many, speaking not in words, but in the language of intuitive knowing that transcends ordinary communication. They spoke of potential rather than certainty, of paths available rather than predetermined outcomes. The choice, they indicated, remained her own, as it always had, even when fate seemed most constraining. This, too, was fundamental Vanir wisdom. Destiny suggested but never commanded. Prophecy illuminated possible paths without determining which would be walked. The Aesir, with their warrior mentality, perceived fate as enemy or ally, to be battled or embraced. The Vanir understood it differently, as landscape to be navigated with awareness rather than fixed script to be performed without deviation. Freya extended her awareness beyond herself, beyond the Moonwell, to the forest surrounding them. She could sense now what had been obscured by her own preoccupations, the countless consciousnesses that inhabited this sacred grove, from the ancient trees whose roots delved deep into Vanaheim's heart, to the smallest insects whose brief lives were no less significant in the greater pattern. They had been here all along, these witnesses and companions. During her darkest times, when she believed herself utterly alone, the consciousness of her homeland had continued its patient observation, neither judging nor absolving, simply witnessing her journey with the impartial compassion of forces that measure time in millennia rather than moments. The realization humbled her. So much of her pain had come from pride, the belief that her suffering was unique, her burdens heavier than others could comprehend. Yet here was evidence that her experience formed just one thread in a vast tapestry, essential to the whole, yet inseparable from the countless others that created the complete design. As this understanding took root, Freya felt something shift within her. Not the complete healing of wounds too deep for instant recovery, but a realignment that made space for such healing to begin. The burdens remained, but she could now perceive them differently, not as crushing weights, but as elements of her unique wisdom, experiences that had shaped her into a being capable of deeper compassion, precisely because she understood suffering so intimately. The moon had traveled further across the night sky, its reflection in the moonwell's shifting position, though remaining perfect in its clarity. Time passed differently in this sacred space, yet Freya sensed that hours had elapsed in the world beyond the grove. The ritual was nearing its natural conclusion, not through predetermined steps, but through the organic completion of what had needed to occur. With gentle deliberation, she withdrew the silver thread from the water, finding it dry despite its long immersion. As she unwound it from her wrist, the thread seemed to catch the moonlight and hold it, glowing with subtle luminescence. Rather than returning it to her pouch, Freya twisted the thread into a simple ring, which she placed on the middle finger of her right hand, a tangible reminder of this night's communion. The quartz crystal that had floated at the center of the moon well now drifted slowly toward her across the water's surface, coming to rest directly before her. When she lifted it from the pool, the stone felt warm against her palm, pulsing gently with the same rhythm as her heartbeat. It had changed during its time in the sacred waters. Within its clear structure now swirled tiny points of light like captured stars, moving in patterns that mirrored the night sky above. "For remembrance," Freya murmured, placing the transformed crystal alongside the silver ring on her finger. These tokens would serve as anchors, connecting her to this experience when the demands of the wider world threatened to pull her back into old patterns of thought and reaction. The elemental spirits that had gathered earlier now returned, their dance more coordinated than before, moving in flowing patterns that matched the design the moon's reflection had traced across the water's surface throughout the night. Nixa, the blue-green spirit that had greeted her initially, approached once more, hovering before her at eye level. This time, its light formed a more complex pattern, a spiral that turned inward toward an infinitely receding center point, before reversing direction to expand outward again. Freya recognized this as another ancient Vanir symbol, representing the balance between inner contemplation and outer expression, between receiving and giving, between self-care and service to the greater whole. Balance, she acknowledged, not abandoning one extreme for another, but finding the rhythm of appropriate alternation. Nixa pulsed once in confirmation before rejoining its companions in their increasingly elaborate aerial choreography. The spirits moved faster now, their trails of light lingering longer, creating a dome of luminous patterns above the moonwell that mirrored the star-filled sky overhead. Microcosm reflecting macrocosm in the characteristic pattern of Vanir magic. As she prepared to rise, movement at the forest's edge caught her attention. The white deer had returned, no longer alone but accompanied by several smaller creatures, a pair of foxes with unusually bright eyes, a raven whose feathers gleamed with iridescent highlights, and a small grey wolf whose demeanor suggested wisdom beyond its apparent youth. These animals formed a semicircle at the glade's perimeter, watching her with collective awareness that transcended ordinary animal consciousness. They represented the witnesses and guardians of this sacred place, not servants or subjects, but equal participants in the communion between realm and resident. Freya acknowledged them with a formal gesture of respect, hand over heart, then extended palm upward in the ancient Vanir greeting between equals. The animals responded in their own ways, slight inclines of heads, subtle shifts in posture that indicated recognition of the gesture's significance. The white deer stepped forward once more, approaching the water's edge directly across from where Freya knelt. It bent its graceful neck, touching its muzzle to the surface of the moon well. Where its lips met the water, ripples spread outward in a perfect circle, carrying a soft golden luminescence that transformed the pool's silver-blue glow into something warmer and more vibrant. Instinctively, Freya mirrored the action, dipping her fingers into the water where the expanding circle reached her side of the pool. The contact sent a surge of energy up her arm. Not the raw power she had wielded as a warrior goddess, but something subtler and in many ways deeper. This was the nurturing force of Vanaheim itself, the generative magic that had been her first and truest inheritance. As she felt this energy flow through her body, Freya experienced a momentary vision, herself moving through the forests of Midgard, but differently than before. In this glimpse of potential future, she walked not as the exiled and embittered witch, but as a conduit for Vanaheim's healing presence, bringing restoration where wounds had festered, growth where stagnation had taken hold, not forgetting the harder magics she had learned, but integrating them within this more fundamental power, rather than allowing them to override it. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving behind not detailed prophecy but an impression, a possibility toward which she might orient herself if she chose. The water's golden glow receded, returning to its previous silver pool luminescence, as the deer stepped back from the pool's edge with dignified grace. As she rose to her feet, Freya felt lighter than she had in centuries, not from the absence of her burdens, but from having found a different way to carry them. The water's wisdom had reminded her that strength comes not just from endurance, but from flexibility, not just from independence, but from appropriate interdependence with the greater whole. The moonwell pulsed once more with inner light as she stood before it, a farewell acknowledgement that carried gratitude for her return. The water's surface settled into perfect stillness again, ready to offer its peculiar magic to any who approached with genuine intent. "I will return," Freya promised, the words carrying the weight of covenant rather than mere statement, "and I will remember how to listen in the meantime." The breeze stirred around her in response, carrying the subtle fragrances of night-blooming flowers and the more elusive essence of moonlight on water. It seemed to urge her gently back toward the path from which she had come, not rushing her departure, but acknowledging that all visits, even sacred ones, must eventually conclude. With deliberate steps that honored the sanctity of the space, Freya began her return journey, retracing her path toward the ancient oak that marked the glade's entrance. As she passed, each of the silver birches seemed to incline slightly toward her, not in obeisance but in connection, branches reaching out in subtle recognition of kinship restored. The animal witnesses remained in their positions, watching her departure with the same quiet intensity with which they had observed her ritual. Only the white deer moved, pacing alongside her as far as the great oak before stopping at an invisible boundary. There it stood, magnificent in the dappled moonlight, a living embodiment of the grace she sought to recultivate within herself. "Thank you for your witness," Freya said to the deer, receiving in return a gaze of such profound understanding that it required no further exchange. Some communications transcended words entirely, existing in the realm of direct knowing that had once been her birthright as a daughter of Vanaheim. As she passed beyond the oak and back onto the forest path, Freya felt the subtle shift in energy that marked transition from sacred space to ordinary woodland, though ordinary seemed an insufficient description for the vibrant ecosystem that surrounded her. Her enhanced awareness from the Moonwell ritual lingered, allowing her to perceive aspects of the forest previously obscured by her own preoccupations. The trees were not merely objects, but presences, each with its own rhythm of existence, extending across time spans that dwarfed even her considerable lifespan. The soil beneath her feet teemed with microscopic life, engaged in constant collaboration and transformation. The night air carried messages from distant parts of the realm, pollen seeking flowers, spores finding new ground, scents marking territories and signaling seasons. All this had been here before. She had simply forgotten how to notice it. The Moonwell had not given her new abilities, but had reminded her of perceptions she had allowed to atrophy during centuries focused on power rather than presence, on control rather than communion. A tiny sapling caught her attention as she walked, a young rowan growing in a patch of sunlight created by a fallen ancient tree. Without conscious decision, Freya paused beside it, kneeling to examine its still fragile stem and bright green leaves. The tree vibrated with potential, not just its physical growth, but the role it might eventually play in the forest ecosystem, the creatures it would shelter, the seeds it would produce, the soil it would help create when its own life cycle completed. Gently, she touched one finger to the ground beside the sapling, sending a subtle pulse of encouragement through the soil, not forcing growth, but supporting what already existed, strengthening natural processes rather than imposing external will. This small act of nurturing magic felt more satisfying than many of the greater workings she had performed in recent centuries. This is the true power, she reminded herself, not domination but relationship. The path leading away from the sacred glade seemed to illuminate itself before her, patches of bioluminescent fungi growing more numerous as if responding to her passage. Small creatures accompanied her journey, not approaching directly but traveling parallel paths, their movements visible from the corner of her eye when she did not look directly at them. Overhead, the moon continued its arc across the star-filled sky, occasional gaps in the canopy revealing its progress. The night was deep now, the forest fully embraced by darkness, yet filled with its own subtle illuminations. Night in Vanaheim had never been about absence of light, but rather about different kinds of visibility, the ability to perceive what remained hidden during daylight's more insistent revelations. As she walked, Freya found herself humming softly, a melody so ancient she had forgotten learning it. The tune came from somewhere beyond conscious memory, perhaps from the same deep wellspring of knowing that the Moonwell had helped her access. It was a song of cycles and seasons, of endings that contain beginnings, of growth through apparent dormancy. The forest seemed to respond to her melody, night sounds adjusting their patterns to complement rather than compete with her voice. Wind through leaves provided gentle percussion, distant water offered rhythmic counterpoint. Nocturnal creatures contributed occasional harmonies that transformed the simple tune into something richer and more complex than any single being could create alone. This spontaneous collaboration reminded Freya of what the Vanir had understood before war and politics had complicated their existence, that true power emerged not from dominance but from harmonious participation in patterns larger than oneself. The greatest magic came not from imposing will upon reality, but from skillful alignment with forces already in motion. The path began to rise gradually as she left the valley behind, the forest slowly thinning as she approached its edge. Though she had entered the woods as twilight deepened, she would emerge under night's full dominion, changed not in outward appearance, but in something more fundamental than physical form could express. At the forest's boundary, where ancient trees gave way to meadowland, Freya paused for one final moment of communion with the realm that had shaped her earliest understanding of existence. She placed her palm against the trunk of the outermost tree, an elder beech whose bark felt warm despite the night's coolness, as if welcoming her touch. "I carry you with me," she said simply, the words both acknowledgement and promise. The tree seemed to pulse once beneath her hand. Not physical movement, but energetic response. Recognition passing between beings whose natures differed greatly, yet shared the fundamental experience of existence itself. No words returned, yet Freya felt answered nonetheless, understood in ways that transcended language's limitations. As she stepped from forest shadow into the open meadow beyond, the full moon bathed her in silver light that transformed her simple dress into a garment of ethereal beauty. The night breeze caught her hair, lifting it momentarily in what felt like a final caress from the homeland she would once again leave behind physically while carrying within her heart. The path forward led toward obligations and challenges that remained unresolved, conflicts reaching across realms, relationships requiring healing, powers needing rebalancing. Yet Freya moved toward these responsibilities with a subtly different presence than she had carried into the forest hours earlier. The Moonwell's wisdom flowed in her veins now, its perspective informing how she would engage with the complex circumstances awaiting her return. Not immediate transformation. The accumulated patterns of centuries required more than a single night to reshape, but significant reorientation, the first essential step toward a different way of being in a world that sorely needed what she had remembered how to offer. The silver thread ring on her finger caught the moonlight, reminding her of the connection she had re-established. The crystal in her pouch pulsed with gentle warmth against her side, carrying the Moonwell's essence with her beyond its physical boundaries. These were not mere souvenirs, but living links to the sacred pool's consciousness, channels through which its wisdom might continue to inform her journey. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. The ongoing strife between realms, the complicated relationship with her son, the watchful attention of beings whose power matched or exceeded her own. These realities had not vanished during her night of communion, nor had their importance diminished, yet she would face them now from a different center, one that recognized power's multiplicity beyond the obvious forms of strength and dominance. Behind her, the forest of Vanaheim continued its ancient rhythms, neither celebrating her departure nor mourning her absence. It simply continued, as it had before her birth, as it would after whatever end eventually claimed her current form. This perfect indifference might once have seemed cold to her understanding. Now she recognized it as the ultimate acceptance, the unconditional inclusion of all beings in existence's ongoing dance. Freya carried this knowing with her as she walked beneath the countless stars, one being among many, uniquely positioned yet fundamentally connected to all that had been, all that was, and all that might yet become. The Moonwell had reminded her that true healing began not with forgetting pain, but with contextualizing it within something larger than personal narrative, the continuous unfolding of life itself, which incorporated all experiences into its endless pattern without judgment or exclusion. The path stretched before her, leading back toward the complexities she had temporarily set aside. She walked it with neither reluctance nor excessive haste, but with the measured pace of one who had remembered something essential about the journey itself, that each step mattered, not just for where it led, but for what it was in its own moment of existence. Above her, the moon watched with the same patient attention it had offered countless beings across immeasurable time, bearing witness without interference, illuminating without demanding direction, offering guidance through presence rather than instruction. In its cool light, Freya continued forward, carrying the whispers of the moonwell within her like a quietly burning flame, not extinguishing the shadows entirely, but providing enough light to find her way through them with newfound grace. As Freya carried the whispers of the moonwell within her, traversing the moonlit path that led away from Vanaheim's sacred waters, her thoughts drifted to other hidden sanctuaries throughout the 9 realms. Places of quiet power where the boundaries between worlds grew thin, where weary souls might find respite from the ceaseless conflicts that plagued gods and mortals alike. One such place emerged in her memory, a secluded grove she had once glimpsed during her wanderings, where ancient lanterns hung from gnarled branches, their flames never extinguishing despite the passage of seasons. A sanctuary where time seemed to follow different rules, where shadows danced with gentle purpose rather than menacing intent. The Lantern Grove awaited discovery by those who sought its particular magic. The forest grew quieter as Freya ventured deeper into its ancient heart, following a path that few remembered and fewer still could find. Small woodland creatures paused in their evening rituals to observe her passage, recognizing the Witch of the Woods not as an intruder, but as one who belonged among them, perhaps more than she belonged anywhere else these days. Dappled light filtered through the canopy above, creating patterns that shifted and danced across the forest floor, guiding her steps along a trail that existed more in memory than in physical markings. It had been years since she had last visited the Lantern Grove. Once, in what seemed another lifetime, she had walked this path regularly, finding solace in its tranquil beauty during even the most turbulent periods of her existence. But time and circumstance had conspired to keep her away, duties as Vanir goddess, then as queen to Odin, then as exile nursing wounds both physical and spiritual. The grove had waited patiently through it all, existing in a gentle rhythm untouched by the conflicts of gods and mortals alike. As twilight began its gentle descent, Freya paused at a small stream crossing her path. She knelt beside the crystalline water, allowing her fingers to disturb its perfect surface. "Show me the way," she whispered, an old invocation that seemed to emerge unbidden from memories of countless previous journeys. The water rippled in response, and for a moment she glimpsed something beneath its surface. A soft golden light that pulsed once, twice, then vanished as the ripple subsided. Rising, she followed the stream's direction, moving perpendicular to her previous path. The undergrowth thinned gradually, ancient trees giving way to younger growth arranged in patterns too deliberate to be natural, yet too organic to be entirely artificial. This transitional zone marked the boundary of the grove's influence, a place where the Vanir had once worked in harmony with natural forces to create something that existed simultaneously in the material realm and in dimensions less easily perceived. The air changed subtly, carrying scents of blossoms that should not bloom in this season, sweet nectar and delicate spice notes that triggered cascades of memory. Freya inhaled deeply, allowing these fragrant messengers from the past to awaken dormant associations. Names and faces flickered through her mind, fellow Vanir who had walked these paths alongside her, sharing in the grove's bounty and leaving their own gentle contributions to its magic, before time and fate scattered them across realms and existences. "It's been too long," she said softly to the trees that now formed a more obvious path before her. Unlike the towering pines and oaks of the surrounding forest, these trees stood at more modest heights, their trunks smooth and pale like birch, but with the subtle luminescence of mother of pearl. Their branches reached outward rather than upward, creating arched passages that invited. Moss of impossible softness carpeted the ground beneath, muffling her footsteps to near silence. And then, as she rounded a gentle bend in the path, the lantern grove revealed itself fully, a sight that caused her to pause in reverent appreciation despite having witnessed it countless times before. The clearing opened before her like an artist's dream of perfection, a perfectly proportioned oval surrounded by the luminescent trees whose branches now bore their precious and peculiar fruit. The lantern fruits hung like captured stars, translucent orbs ranging from the size of berries to that of apples, each containing a gently swirling luminescence that pulsed with colors reflecting their unique contents. Twilight enhanced rather than diminished the grove's beauty, the fading natural light allowing the lantern's glow to assert itself more prominently. Some shone with steady golden warmth, others pulsed in gentle rhythms of blue and green, while still others shifted through subtle rainbow patterns, never settling on a single hue. Together they created an atmosphere of enchantment that felt both utterly magical and deeply natural, a reminder that in the oldest places, these qualities were never truly separate. Freya advanced slowly into the clearing, her eyes adjusting to the mingled twilight and lantern glow. At the grove's center stood a low stone table, weathered by centuries, yet still bearing intricate carvings that spiraled across its surface and down its supporting pillars. This ancient artifact had served countless gatherings of Vanir, a place where harvested lantern fruits were shared and their contents experienced collectively. The stone retained memories of laughter, of tears, of wisdom exchanged and futures glimpsed, all embedded in its crystalline structure for those sensitive enough to perceive them. As she approached the table, Freya allowed her fingers to trace the familiar carvings. The stone felt warm beneath her touch despite the evening's growing coolness, responding to her presence like an old friend recognizing a long-absent companion. "I've returned," she said simply, words that served as both greeting and apology for her extended absence. The stone seemed to pulse once beneath her fingertips, acknowledgement and welcome combined in a single subtle gesture. A faint melody drifted through the grove, notes so delicate they might have been dismissed as imagination or passing breeze to less perceptive ears. But Freya recognized the music immediately, the song of the lantern fruits as they ripened in twilight's embracing shadows. Each fruit contributed its unique tonal quality to the collective harmony, creating a constantly shifting composition that never repeated, yet maintained perfect internal coherence. The Vanir had learned long ago to transcribe these melodies, discovering that they contained wisdom and beauty beyond what could be captured in words alone. Moving away from the stone table, Freya approached one of the nearest trees, studying the glowing fruits hanging from its gracefully arched branches. Though similar in appearance, each lantern fruit was uniquely individual, a vessel containing specific memories, dreams or insights that had been captured during its formation. Some were ancient, having hung undisturbed for generations, while others had formed more recently, incorporating experiences from visitors who had come after her last visit. All waited patiently to be selected, their contents dormant until awakened by deliberate touch. "Which of you shall I choose first?" Freya asked softly, addressing the fruits with the reverence typically reserved for sentient beings. In a sense, they were precisely that, consciousness captured in vegetative form, preserved moments of awareness that maintained their integrity despite their separation from their original sources. The Grove had evolved this extraordinary mechanism long before the Vanir discovered it, developing it as means to maintain continuity of experience despite the passing of seasons and years. A subtle shift in the ambient light drew Freya's attention to a particular fruit hanging just above her eye level. A perfectly spherical orb, approximately the size of a small apple, glowing with a warm golden hue tinged with hints of rose at its core. As she focused on it, the fruit's illumination pulsed gently, as if acknowledging her attention. This was how the Grove communicated, how it guided those who entered its boundaries toward experiences most relevant to their current needs and states of mind. With careful reverence, Freya reached up and cupped her hands around the glowing orb without yet removing it from its branch. The fruit's warmth penetrated her palms immediately, creating a pleasant tingling sensation that traveled up her arms and spread gradually throughout her body. This initial connection allowed a glimpse of the fruit's contents, a brief preview of the full experience it contained, offering opportunity for choice before committing to complete immersion. Through this preliminary connection, Freya perceived flashes of celebration, a gathering of Vanir during Harvest Festival, faces illuminated by firelight, laughter rising like sparks into star-filled sky. She recognized younger versions of friends and family, including herself in days before sorrow and responsibility had etched themselves into her features. The glimpse ended as quickly as it had begun, leaving behind a lingering sensation of joy and belonging that caused her breath to catch momentarily in her throat. "Yes," she whispered, "this one first." With gentle pressure, she separated the fruit from its branch, feeling a momentary resistance before it released willingly into her waiting hands. The connection between fruit and tree did not fully sever. A nearly invisible filament of light still joined them, ensuring that the experience would eventually return to its source, rather than dispersing permanently. This was how the Grove maintained its integrity across centuries, recycling and refreshing memories rather than losing them to time's passage. Carrying her selection carefully, Freya returned to the stone table and seated herself on one of the low benches that surrounded it. She placed the glowing fruit at the table's center, in a shallow depression that had been worn into the stone by countless similar placements over centuries. The lantern fruit settled perfectly into this receptacle, its light seeming to intensify as it recognized its proper position. Freya placed her hands on either side of the fruit without quite touching it, an appropriate posture for what would follow. "Show me," she said softly, the traditional invocation that granted permission for the contained experience to unfold. The fruit's glow intensified immediately, expanding outward to surround her in a sphere of golden light that separated her from the surrounding grove without completely removing her awareness of it. Within this private illumination, the preserved memory could manifest fully without interference from present circumstances. The light coalesced into images of extraordinary clarity, not mere pictures but fully immersive experience that engaged all senses simultaneously. Freya found herself transported into the heart of the harvest celebration she had glimpsed earlier, surrounded by the sights, sounds, and sensations of that joyful gathering. She could feel the evening breeze against her skin, smell the rich aroma of traditional foods prepared for the feast, hear music played on instruments crafted specifically for Vanir ceremonies. Most precious of all, she could see the faces of those long absent from her current existence, fellow Vanir whose paths had diverged from hers through choice or circumstance or death. They appeared as vibrant and immediate as they had been in that moment, preserved perfectly within the lantern fruit's extraordinary matrix. Their laughter surrounded her, their conversations, once forgotten, now crystal clear in her awareness. She recognized her younger self moving through the gathering, adorned with flowers and carrying a ceremonial pitcher from which she poured honey-colored mead into waiting cups. Her face showed none of the guardedness that had become habitual in later years, her movements free from the careful restraint imposed by subsequent experiences. This younger Freya lived fully in that perfect moment, surrounded by community and connection, responsibilities temporarily set aside in favor of simple celebration. As the memory continued unfolding around her, Freya noticed a particular interaction that had escaped her attention during the original experience. At the celebration's edge, slightly removed from the main gathering, stood a Vanir child, a girl perhaps 7 or 8 years old, watching the festivities with eyes that reflected the surrounding firelight. Her younger self noticed the child as well, approaching with gentle smile and offered cup appropriate to the girl's age. "Why do you stand apart, little one?" Memory Freya asked, kneeling to meet the child at eye level. "I'm practicing," the girl replied with unexpected solemnity. "Practicing what?" asked Memory Freya, genuine curiosity evident in her tone. "Seeing everything clearly," the child explained. "Elder Nith says the best memories come from those who truly see before they store away their experiences. I want to make the brightest lantern fluids when I'm grown." The exchange continued briefly. Gentle questions met with surprisingly thoughtful answers before Freya's younger self was called away to continue her ceremonial duties. The interaction had apparently registered only fleetingly in her consciousness at the time, overshadowed by more dramatic events that followed. Yet the lantern fruit had captured and preserved it in perfect detail, recognizing significance that Freya herself had missed. As the memory began gently fading, returning to its dormant state within the fruit, Freya found herself focusing on the child's face, struck by something hauntingly familiar in those solemn features. Before she could fully place the recognition, the golden sphere of light surrounding her dissipated, returning her awareness fully to the present moment in the twilight grove. The lantern fruit's glow had dimmed slightly, though it retained sufficient luminescence to cast soft shadows across the stone table's carved surface. Freya remained motionless for several moments, allowing the experienced memory to settle within her present awareness, without immediately analyzing or categorizing it. This integration period formed an important part of the grove's tradition, a space between experience and interpretation, where deeper understanding could emerge organically. "Thank you," she finally whispered to the fruit, acknowledging the gift it had provided. With careful hands, she lifted it from the table's depression and returned it to its branch, where it reattached itself seamlessly, the filament of light thickening momentarily as connection fully re-established. The fruit would now begin process of refreshing itself, incorporating subtle elements of Freya's current perspective into its preserved memory, evolving its contents slightly while maintaining core integrity. The grove's method of growth and adaptation across centuries. As Freya turned from the tree, considering which lantern fruit might next draw her attention, she noticed a subtle change in the grove's ambient light. A new presence had manifested near the clearing's edge, not threatening but unexpected nonetheless. She turned slowly, senses extended to identify this unanticipated visitor to what had always been her private sanctuary. Standing at the juncture where luminescent trees gave way to ordinary forest stood a small figure, partially obscured by lengthening shadows. As Freya focused her attention in that direction, the figure took a single step forward, revealing itself as a child, a girl perhaps 7 or 8 years old, with solemn eyes that reflected the surrounding lantern light. The same child from the memory she had just experienced, now somehow present in this moment, despite centuries having passed since their brief interaction. "You saw me," the child said simply, her voice carrying clearly across the intervening space despite its soft volume. "In the memory fruit, you noticed me this time." Freya stood perfectly still, assessing this manifestation with cautious wonder. "Yes," she acknowledged. "I saw you practicing your observation." She paused before asking the obvious question. "How are you here now? Are you truly the same child from that celebration, or something the grove has created from my experience of the memory?" The girl smiled, a brief expression that transformed her solemn features momentarily before returning to careful neutrality. "Both, perhaps. Neither, exactly." She moved forward several steps, her bare feet making no sound against the moss-covered ground. "The grove preserves more than most understand. Some of us learn to live partly within its keeping, allowing ourselves to be remembered more completely than mere images or sensations." This extraordinary revelation aligned with certain theories the most mystically inclined Vanir had proposed, that the lantern fruits might preserve not just impressions of experiences, but fragments of consciousness itself. Such preservation would transcend ordinary memory, creating repositories of partial awareness that maintain some degree of continuous existence, independent of their original sources. The implications were simultaneously wondrous and unsettling, suggesting possibilities that even the Vanir had barely begun to explore before circumstances scattered their community across realms and existences. "You've been here all this time?" Freya asked, struggling to fully comprehend what standing before her, not quite ghost, not quite memory, not quite living being, yet somehow incorporating elements of all three. "Time moves differently here," the child replied with that same brief smile. "For me, our conversation at the harvest celebration might have been yesterday or last century. The distinction matters little within the grove's keeping." She gestured around them at the glowing lantern fruits. "I help tend them now, ensuring they receive proper care between visits like yours. It's peaceful work." Freya considered this unexpected revelation, recognizing that it explained certain aspects of the grove she had always found mysterious. How it maintained itself without apparent intervention, how the fruits evolved and sometimes relocated between her visits, how new memories occasionally appeared from periods when no visitors had been present. The grove had developed its own caretakers, preserved fragments of consciousness who continued their existence within its unique conditions. "Signor, do you remember your name?" Freya asked gently, uncertain whether such specific identity would persist through the grove's unusual preservation. The child's expression suggested gentle amusement at the question's limited perspective. "I have been called many things across the times I've existed here. Names change with usage and perspective." She tilted her head slightly, studying Freya with eyes that suddenly seemed far older than her apparent physical form. "You once called me Sif when I served honey cakes at the harvest gathering. The name pleased me, so I've kept it, though it means little now to anyone but me." The name registered immediately, triggering a cascade of associated memories that Freya had not accessed in centuries. Sif had indeed been a child at those long-ago celebrations, daughter to one of the Vanir elders who specialized in botanical workings with consciousnesses beyond the human-like. The girl had shown extraordinary sensitivity to such consciousnesses, even in childhood, often conversing with plants and trees in ways that even most Vanir found remarkable. Her eventual fate had become uncertain during the conflicts that scattered the Vanir community. Freya had assumed her lost along with so many others. "I remember you," Freya acknowledged, voice softening with recognition. "Your mother was Elder Jord, who taught us about the consciousness in growing things." She hesitated before asking the inevitable question. Did you choose to remain here when the troubles came? or were you somehow trapped within the grove's preservation? Sif's expression suggested the question itself contained misunderstandings about the nature of choice and existence within the grove's unusual conditions. I made my transition gradually, she explained. As conflicts approached our community, I spent increasing time here among the lantern fruits, learning their ways of preserving experience. When physical existence became untenable, I simply continued the part of myself that had already established connection here. She moved closer to one of the nearby trees, reaching up to touch a particularly brilliant lantern fruit with casual familiarity. It was not entrapment, but continuation. I exist differently now, but not diminished, merely transformed. The fruit she touched brightened momentarily, as if responding to her presence. Many consciousnesses adapt to changing circumstances. Mine simply adapted in ways less commonly recognized. This perspective challenged conventional understandings of life and death, of consciousness and its boundaries, yet somehow aligned perfectly with the Vanir's fundamental approach to existence. They had always recognized consciousness as fluid rather than fixed, capable of manifesting across multiple forms and states, rather than confined to single physical expression. Zif's transformation represented extreme example of this fluidity, rather than contradiction of basic principles. You've been caring for the grove all this time, Freya said, making statement rather than asking question. Maintaining it through all the changes in the realms, all the conflicts and realignments of power. Sif nodded, her form seeming to gain slightly more definition as Freya's understanding and acceptance increased. The grove exists partially outside ordinary time and circumstance. It requires relatively little protection against forces that might threaten it, as most cannot perceive it fully enough to recognize its value. She gestured around them at the gently glowing fruits, but it does require tending, helping new memories find proper form, guiding older ones through cycles of renewal, occasionally assisting visitors like yourself to find what they truly seek rather than what they merely think they want. The implication that Sif had been present during Freya's previous visits, observing unseen and perhaps subtly influencing which lantern fruits attracted her attention, might have been unsettling under different circumstances, but in this moment it felt like natural extension of the grove's purpose, preservation not just of memories, but of the wisdom and perspective needed to interpret them properly. "Have you been alone in this work?" Freya asked, wondering whether other fragments of consciousness might similarly persist within the grove's unusual conditions. "Rarely alone, though often solitary," Sif replied with characteristic precision. "Others come and go, some remaining briefly before continuing their transitions, others returning periodically, like seasonal visitors. The grove welcomes all who approach with appropriate respect, though few establish connection as completely as I have." She tilted her head slightly, considering. "Your mother visited occasionally, after her physical transition. She found comfort in the memories preserved here." This unexpected revelation caused Freya's breath to catch momentarily. Her mother's passing had occurred during a particularly turbulent period, circumstances preventing proper observance of transitional rituals that might have maintained clearer connection between states of existence. The suggestion that she had found her way to the grove independently, seeking continuity through preserved memories, offered belated comfort Freya had not anticipated receiving. "I wish I had known," she said softly, momentary regret coloring her tone. "She preferred that you remember her as she lived, not as she continued," Sif explained with gentle certainty. "She said you carried enough responsibilities without adding concern for her transitional state. It was her choice, made with love rather than distance." This characterization aligned perfectly with Freya's memories of her mother. practical even in matters of profound significance, always considering impact of her choices on those she cared for rather than focusing solely on personal preference. The knowledge that these qualities had persisted beyond physical existence brought surprising sense of resolution to grief long set aside, but never fully processed. Sif seemed to recognize the impact of this revelation, allowing comfortable silence while Freya integrated this new understanding. After appropriate interval, the child form moved purposefully toward another section of the grove, gesturing for Freya to follow. "There are fruits here you haven't yet discovered," she said, leading the way toward trees slightly removed from the main clearing. "Some formed after your previous visits, incorporating experiences that might interest you particularly." Freya followed, noting how the grove's luminescence shifted subtly as they moved into this less familiar section. The lantern fruits hanging from these branches exhibited distinctive coloration, predominantly deep blues and violets, interspersed with occasional flashes of silver, suggesting emotional tones different from the warm golds and roses of the memories she had typically selected during past visits. "These contain more recent experiences?" she asked, studying the unfamiliar fruits with mixture of curiosity and caution. Newer memories often carried sharper edges, lacking the gentle softening that time's passage typically provided. "Recent and reconstructed," Sif clarified, stopping beneath a tree whose fruits displayed particularly intricate patterns of blue and violet energy, swirling beneath their translucent surfaces. "Some represent experiences that occurred after your last visit. Others contain older memories, reconsidered through perspectives that developed subsequently, the same events viewed through different understanding." He reached up toward particularly striking fruit hanging just above her head, an unusually large specimen with swirls of midnight blue and silver dancing in complex patterns beneath its surface. As her fingers neared it, tendrils of light extended from the fruit toward her hand, creating visible connection before actual contact occurred. "This one has been waiting specifically for you," Sif said, gently guiding the responsive fruit downward until it detached from its branch, suspended momentarily in air between them through apparent mutual agreement rather than physical support. "It contains something I lost?" Freya asked, uncertain whether to reach for the hovering fruit or wait for clearer indication of proper protocol in this unfamiliar situation. "Something you set aside," Sif corrected gently. "Nothing is truly lost within the grove's keeping, merely waiting to be reclaimed when circumstances permit." She guided the floating fruit toward Freya with subtle gesture. "This contains joy you once knew but deemed inappropriate to maintain during darker periods. It has been preserved here, waiting for a moment when reclaiming it might serve rather than hinder your journey." The distinction between loss and deliberate setting aside struck Freya with unexpected force. Throughout her complicated existence, she had indeed consciously abandoned certain emotional states that seemed inconsistent with prevailing circumstances. Joys that felt inappropriate during periods of conflict or responsibility, hopes that appeared futile against overwhelming obstacles, connections that required vulnerability she could not safely express. She had considered these necessary sacrifices to survival and duty, rather than recoverable resources temporarily placed in safekeeping. With cautious reverence, Freya extended her hands toward the hovering fruit. It descended gently into her waiting palms, its surface cool against her skin, unlike the warm memory she had experienced earlier. This difference registered as appropriate, given the fruit's distinctive coloration and apparent content, a different type of memory requiring different approach to proper engagement. "Should I take this to the stone table?" she asked, uncertain whether the ritual she had followed earlier applied equally to this apparently different category of preserved experience. Sif shook her head slightly. "This memory requires different positioning for proper access. The moss beneath that elder tree provides more appropriate setting. She indicated ancient tree standing slightly apart from its neighbors, its trunk broader and its branches more extensively adorned with glowing fruits than those surrounding it. Beneath it spread particularly lush carpet of moss, its surface exhibiting subtle luminescence that pulsed in patterns, matching the hanging fruits above. Following this guidance, Freya carried the glowing orb carefully to the indicated location. The moss beneath her feet seemed to respond to her presence, its luminescence intensifying slightly with each step as she approached the ancient tree. When she reached its base, she discovered a natural depression in the moss, a perfectly shaped hollow that appeared designed specifically for seated meditation, with lantern fruit. Settling carefully into this living seat, Freya placed the blue-violet orb in her lap, resting her hands lightly upon its cool surface. Unlike the previous fruit's immediate response to standard invocation, this one remained quiescent, apparently requiring different approach for activation. She looked questioningly towards Sif, who had followed at respectful distance. "Close your eyes," the child form instructed gently. This memory speaks directly to inner awareness rather than physical senses. The pathways to joy often require different navigation than those to knowledge or understanding. Following this guidance, Freya closed her eyes and focused her attention inward, maintaining light physical contact with the lantern fruit in her lap. For several heartbeats, nothing changed, then subtle shift occurred, not in external perception, but in internal landscape of consciousness itself. Rather than surrounding her with sensory experience as the previous fruit had done, this one seemed to dissolve boundary between container and contained, between memory and present awareness. Joy flowered within her, not as recollection of specific happy event, but as direct experience of emotional state itself, purified and concentrated like essence extracted from countless individual moments. This was not memory in conventional sense, but distillation of emotional quality preserved in its most fundamental form, independent of particular circumstances that had originally generated it. The sensation expanded through her awareness like light filling previously darkened chamber, illuminating aspects of herself long relegated to shadow by necessity or habit. She recognized fragments of experiences that had contributed to this distilled essence, moments of connection with natural world, of artistic creation, of discovery, of deep attunement with others whose paths had intersected with hers across centuries of existence. Each had contributed its particular quality to this preserved essence, creating composite that transcended any individual source. Most striking was how immediately accessible this emotional state felt, despite having been absent from her daily experience for extended periods. Joy had not atrophied through disuse as physical capacity might, nor grown foreign through extended absence. It remained perfectly preserved, ready for reintegration when circumstances permitted, not diminished but perhaps enhanced through contrast with intervening experiences. As this awareness deepened, Freya perceived something unexpected within the preserved emotional essence. Threads of possibility extending forward rather than backward, suggesting potential futures where this reclaimed joy might manifest in new forms appropriate to her current circumstances. Unlike conventional memory, oriented toward past experience, this preservation contained seeds of continuation, gentle anticipation of joy's future expressions yet to be realized. When she finally opened her eyes, the grove around her appeared transformed, not physically altered, but perceived through consciousness partially reintegrated with essential joy long set aside. The lantern fruit's glow seemed more vibrant, the moss beneath her more alive with possibility. the twilight air itself somehow more substantial and nourishing. Sif stood nearby, observing with quiet satisfaction evident in her ancient young expression. "You begin to understand the grove's deeper purpose," the child form said, making statement rather than asking question. "Not mere preservation of what has been, but cultivation of what remains possible despite apparent losses and transitions." Freya nodded, still cradling the blue-violet orb in her lap, reluctant to relinquish connection with the reclaimed emotional essence, yet understanding that proper completion required return rather than retention. "We believed we were simply recording memories," she said softly, "creating repository of experiences that might otherwise be lost to time's passage, but the grove was doing something far more profound all along." "Recording and revitalizing," Sif confirmed. The Vanir understood part of the grove's nature, but not its complete function. Memory serves little purpose if maintained as artifact alone. It must remain living resource, adaptable to changing circumstances while preserving essential qualities. She gestured toward the fruit in Freya's lap. "Joy set aside needs periodic renewal lest it crystallize into mere recollection rather than living potential." With gentle reverence, Freya lifted the lantern fruit from her lap, feeling subtle resistance as connections established during their communion gradually released. The orb's glow had changed during their interaction, the swirling patterns now incorporating subtle threads of gold among the predominant blues and violets, suggesting integration of her current perspective with the preserved emotional essence. "Where should I return it?" she asked, rising carefully from the moss depression that had supported her during the communion. "It will find its proper place," Sif replied, gesturing toward the ancient tree above them. As if responding to this indication, the fruit gently lifted from Freya's hands, rising slowly through the twilight air until it reached a branch that extended directly overhead. There it attached itself seamlessly, hanging among similar fruits whose coloration now appeared clearly related to the one she had experienced. Variations on the same essential emotional theme, preserved in slightly different configuration. "There are others," Sif said, gesturing toward nearby trees whose fruits displayed distinctive colorations and patterns. "Different aspects of yourself set aside during various phases of your journey. Not all require immediate reclamation. Some serve better as potential resources for future circumstances. But knowing they exist and remain accessible offers its own form of freedom." This perspective offered profound reframing of how Freya had understood her own developmental journey. What she had experienced as necessary sacrifices, aspects of herself abandoned to meet demands of changing circumstances, might better be understood as conscious redistributions of internal resources, strategic allocations that preserved essential qualities during periods when their active expression proved unsustainable. Nothing truly lost, merely differently positioned with an expanded understanding of selfhood that transcended immediate circumstance. "I've been gone too long," she acknowledged, surveying the grove with new appreciation for its significance in her ongoing journey. "I convinced myself this place belonged to past that required abandonment rather than integration." "Many make similar assumptions," Sif observed with ancient wisdom expressed through child's simple phrasing. "Believing movement forward requires severing connection with what came before. The grove exists partly to challenge such limited perspectives, demonstrating how proper integration of past experience enriches rather than hinders present possibility." Full twilight had descended during Freya's communion with the lantern fruit, the forest beyond the grove now wrapped in comfortable darkness, while the clearing itself remained gently illuminated by hundreds of glowing orbs suspended among luminescent branches. The effect created atmosphere of perpetual magical evening time, suspended in perfect balance between day's clarity and night's mystery. ideal conditions for communion between seemingly separate aspects of existence. "Will you stay a while longer?" Sift asked, gesturing toward other sections of the grove not yet explored during this visit. "There are many fruits that might speak to your current journey, offering perspectives worth considering before you return to outer world's complexities." Freya considered this invitation, feeling simultaneous pull toward deeper exploration and awareness of responsibilities awaiting her return. Unlike previous visits, conducted with underlying anxiety about time spent away from pressing duties, she now recognized the grove's offerings as investments rather than indulgences, resources that would enhance rather than detract from her effectiveness in addressing life's complex challenges. "I will stay," she decided, the choice itself representing significant shift in how she balanced competing priorities. Not exhaustively, but properly, giving appropriate attention to what the grove offers without becoming absorbed to exclusion of other responsibilities. This balanced approach seemed to please Sif, whose form gained slightly more definition, as if responding to Freya's clearer recognition of the grove's true significance. "Then let me show you something few have seen," the child form said, gesturing towards section of the grove partially concealed behind a particularly dense arrangement of lantern trees. "The heart from which all else grows." Following this intriguing invitation, Freya allowed herself to be guided deeper into the grove's complex arrangement, passing beneath archways formed by intertwined branches heavy with glowing fruits of endless variety. The path wound gently downward, a subtle depression in the landscape she had not noticed during previous visits, perhaps because she had never been shown its existence by one who truly knew the grove's complete geography. As they descended this gentle slope, the quality of light shifted notably, individual lantern fruits giving way to more diffuse luminescence that seemed to emerge from the very soil and air surrounding them. The moss beneath their feet glowed with increasing intensity, responding to their passage with patterns that spread outward like ripples in still water. The air itself felt thicker somehow, dense with potential and presence that transcended ordinary atmospheric composition. "What grows here?" Freya asked softly, sensing they approached something fundamental to the grove's existence, something she had visited many times yet never truly seen despite its apparent centrality. "The first fruit," Sif replied, voice equally hushed, though whether from reverence or practical communication necessity remained unclear, "from which all others derive their pattern and purpose. The original communion between consciousness and vegetation that established possibility for all that followed." They rounded final curve in the descending path, and Freya found herself standing at edge of small circular clearing completely unlike any she had seen previously within the grove. At its center grew not tree, but something resembling botanical fountain, central stem rising perhaps waist-high before spreading into dozens of delicate branches that arched outward and downward, tips nearly touching ground in complete circle. From each terminal point grew single lantern fruit of extraordinary size and complexity, each easily as large as human head, their surfaces exhibiting not single color pattern, but complete rainbow spectrum, flowing in continuous transformation. Most remarkable was what occurred within the circle formed by these enormous fruits. A column of pure light extending upward from undefined source, passing through central stem and continuing skyward until disappearing beyond the grove's canopy. This light contained no color, yet somehow incorporated all colors simultaneously, creating visual effect that challenged conventional perception, while remaining somehow comprehensible to deeper awareness. The original communion, Sif explained, remaining respectfully at clearing's edge rather than approaching central phenomenon directly. established before Vanir discovered this place, before most current forms of consciousness had differentiated into their present expressions. The grove grew around this point, rather than this point developing within established grove. The implications of this revelation were profound, suggesting the Lantern Grove represented not Vanir creation adapted by natural forces, but primordial consciousness nexus, discovered and carefully augmented by Vanir, who recognized its significance. The fruits they had harvested and communed with for generations derived from original pattern established by consciousness far older than their own, operating according to principles that transcended cultural understanding. "Does it communicate?" Freya asked, sensing active presence within the central phenomenon that exceeded ordinary vegetative existence while remaining distinctly non-human in its essential nature. "It communes," Sift corrected gently, "not through language or discrete messages, but through resonance and attunement. Those who approach with appropriate openness find themselves participating in consciousness exchange that transforms both parties without requiring conventional communication structures." Freya remained at clearing's edge, recognizing that proper communion with such primordial consciousness would require preparation and orientation beyond what her current visit accommodated. Yet even from this respectful distance, she could sense extraordinary invitation emanating from the central phenomenon, offering possibility of communion that might reveal connections between seemingly separate aspects of existence she had previously considered fundamentally distinct. "Another time," she said softly, making commitment rather than rejection. "When I can approach with proper preparation and sufficient time for complete exchange." Sif nodded approval at this balanced decision, recognizing wisdom in acknowledging current limitations without dismissing future possibilities. "It has existed since long before current arrangements of realms and consciousnesses," she said, providing context that might inform future preparation. "It will remain available when appropriate alignment permits deeper communion." They withdrew from the heart clearing with respectful backward steps, allowing path to guide them upward toward more familiar sections of the grove. As they ascended, Freya noticed subtle changes in her perception, greater awareness of connections between apparently separate lantern fruits, clearer sense of underlying patterns, unifying the grove's seemingly individual components. Even brief proximity to the primordial communion point had adjusted her understanding, in ways that would continue developing long after she departed the grove itself. "I begin to understand why I needed to return," she acknowledged as they reached level ground again, surrounded once more by more familiar arrangements of lantern trees and their glowing fruits. "Not just to reclaim what was set aside, but to recognize connections I had failed to perceive previously. The grove serves multiple purposes simultaneously," Sift confirmed. "Preservation, restoration, revelation, orientation. All aspects of single integrated function supporting consciousness development across forms and circumstances." She gestured toward eastern edge of the clearing where pre-dawn light had begun subtly asserting itself against night's dominance. "Morning approaches, suggesting natural conclusion to this particular visit." Freya recognized the gentle prompt within this observation, reminder that proper engagement with the grove included appropriate departure as well as arrival, honoring natural cycles rather than attempting to extend experience beyond its organic conclusion. Unlike previous visits ended by anxiety about external responsibilities, this departure would represent conscious transition between complementary aspects of integrated existence, rather than reluctant abandonment of one state for another. "Before I leave," she said, reaching into small pouch secured at her belt, "I would make proper offering in gratitude for what I've received." From the pouch she withdrew small object wrapped in leaves, preserved flower, whose subtle fragrance suggested Vanir cultivation rather than mundane botanical origin. from my personal garden, bloomed under last full moon and preserved through old methods, perhaps suitable addition to the grove's ongoing development. Sif approached with evident interest, examining the offered flower with careful attention that transcended casual acceptance. The grove welcomes conscious contribution, she confirmed after appropriate consideration, particularly from one whose essence already participates in its preservation. Where would you place this offering? The question carried significance beyond mere physical positioning, asking essentially where within the grove's complex spiritual geography Freya located her current connection to its purpose and development. After brief consideration, she gestured toward area near where they had experienced the blue-violet fruit of preserved joy. There, where reclamation occurs, let it contribute to processes supporting integration rather than mere preservation. This choice seemed to please Sif, whose form gained momentary increase in definition, as if responding to particularly appropriate alignment between intention and action. Well chosen, she acknowledged, leading the way toward indicated location with movements that seemed to flow in harmony with surrounding lantern light. When they reached the moss-covered ground beneath the ancient tree where Freya had reclaimed her set-aside joy, Sif indicated a small depression that had formed since their earlier presence, perfectly sized to receive the offered flower. The grove prepares for anticipated contributions, she explained, creating appropriate receptacles for offerings it recognizes as aligned with its development. Freya knelt and carefully placed her preserved flower in the waiting depression, removing protective leaves to reveal blossom of extraordinary complexity. Petals arranged in mathematical pattern rarely achieved through ordinary cultivation. Colors displaying subtle iridescence that shifted with viewing angle. As she positioned it precisely in prepared receptacle, the moss surrounding it responded with increased luminescence, tiny filaments extending upward to connect with flower's stem in visible communion. The entire process took mere moments, yet conveyed impression of transaction far more significant than its apparent simplicity might suggest. Accepted and integrated, Sif confirmed, observing these subtle interactions with evident satisfaction. Your contribution joins the grove's ongoing development, influencing future formations in ways that will reflect your particular consciousness patterns. Rising from her kneeling position, Freya felt subtle shift in her connection to the grove. No longer merely visitor or beneficiary, but participant in its continuing evolution. This adjustment represented significant development in relationship established centuries earlier, reflecting both her personal growth and the grove's ongoing adaptation to changing circumstances across realms and consciousnesses. With offering properly placed and accepted, natural conclusion to this visit presented itself with gentle inevitability. The pre-dawn light had strengthened during their final exchanges, creating liminal illumination that complemented rather than diminished the lantern fruit's glow, transition point between night's magic and day's clarity that offered ideal conditions for mindful departure. I will return sooner this time, Freya said, making commitment rather than mere expression of intention. Now that I better understand what the grove truly preserves and offers. You remain always partially present regardless of physical visitation, Sif replied, gesturing toward various lantern fruits hanging throughout the clearing. Your experiences continue, participating in the grove's development even during apparent absence. This perspective offered additional reframing of how Freya understood her relationship with this extraordinary location. Not series of discrete visits and departures, but continuous connection, experienced through varying degrees of direct consciousness, depending on physical proximity. The understanding brought comfort rather than obligation, suggesting supportive presence that remained accessible regardless of external circumstances or physical location. With exchange of simple farewell gestures that conveyed deeper meaning than elaborate protocols might have achieved, Freya began her departure from the central clearing, following path that would lead eventually back to ordinary forests surrounding the grove's extraordinary domain. Sif remained at clearing's edge, her form gradually becoming less distinct as distance increased between them, not disappearing entirely, but transitioning toward more diffuse presence that merged partially with the grove's ambient consciousness. As Freya navigated the outer sections of the grove, she noticed subtle responses from various lantern fruits she passed, gentle pulses of acknowledgement rather than active communication, recognition of connection that persisted beyond immediate proximity. These miniature exchanges reinforced her renewed understanding of the grove as participant in her continuing journey rather than mere repository of past experiences. Reaching the final threshold where luminescent trees gave way to ordinary forest, she paused for one concluding moment of integration, absorbing the grove's extraordinary beauty and significance with conscious appreciation that would sustain connection during physical separation. The lantern fruits glowed their gentle farewell, their collective illumination creating an atmosphere of benediction that would accompany her return to wider world with its complex challenges and opportunities. Stepping across this threshold brought immediate sensory adjustment, ordinary forest sounds and scents replacing the grove's unique sensory environment with comfortable familiarity rather than jarring contrast. Dawn light filtered through eastern trees, creating dappled patterns across the forest floor that guided her steps along path now clearly visible without requiring memory's assistance for navigation. As she walked, Freya remained aware of subtle changes in her perception, resulting from communion with blue-violet fruit of preserved joy. Not overwhelming transformation, but gentle reintegration of emotional capacity long set aside for reasons that had seemed necessary at their time. This reclamation would influence her engagement with challenges awaiting her return, offering expanded repertoire of potential responses without negating wisdom gained through more difficult experiences. Birds announced morning's definitive arrival with increasingly complex songs, their ordinary magic providing perfect transition between grove's extraordinary consciousness and forest's more conventional awareness. Freya matched her pace to this natural rhythm, neither rushing nor delaying her return journey, allowing proper integration of what she had experienced while respecting obligations that awaited her attention. The forest welcomed her passage with simple acceptance, recognizing her as belonging within its boundaries regardless of where her journey had taken her or would lead subsequently. This unconditional inclusion offered its own form of healing, reminder that belonging required neither perfect alignment nor constant presence, merely appropriate relationship honored through mindful engagement when circumstances permitted connection. With each step toward obligations awaiting beyond the forest's boundaries, Freya carried the grove's extraordinary gifts. Not just reclaimed joy, but expanded understanding of consciousness itself, of connections between seemingly separate states and experiences, of continuity that persisted through apparent transitions and separations. These insights would inform her engagement with challenges both immediate and extended, providing resource more valuable than mere power or knowledge alone. Morning light strengthened around her, transforming forest from mysterious twilight domain to clearly defined landscape of intricate beauty and ordinary wonder. This transition echoed her internal journey from preserved memories toward present engagement, both movements representing not abandonment of previous state, but integration of complementary awareness into more comprehensive understanding. The lantern grove remained accessible, though no longer immediately present, its extraordinary offerings incorporated into continuing journey that wove past and future into single unfolding present moment, experienced with increasingly comprehensive awareness. Freya walked steadily onward, carrying the grove's light within her, not as burden requiring protection, but as resource freely shared through her presence and actions in wider world. The journey continued, illuminated by reclaimed joy and expanded understanding that transformed not external circumstances, but perception itself, revealing connections and possibilities previously obscured by artificial separations between aspects of existence. The path led onward, each step both departure and arrival, within journey that transcended simple definitions while remaining grounded in moment-by-moment experience of continuing development. Most striking was how immediately accessible this emotional state felt, despite having been absent from her daily experience for extended periods. Joy had not atrophied through disuse as physical capacity might, nor grown foreign through extended absence. It remained perfectly preserved, ready for reintegration when circumstances permitted, not diminished but perhaps enhanced through contrast with intervening experiences. As this awareness deepened, Freya perceived something unexpected within the preserved emotional essence. Threads of possibility extending forward rather than backward, suggesting potential futures where this reclaimed joy might manifest in new forms appropriate to her current circumstances. Unlike conventional memory oriented toward past experience, this preservation contains seeds of continuation, gentle anticipation of joy's future expressions, yet to be realized. When she finally opened her eyes, the grove around her appeared transformed, not physically altered, but perceived through consciousness, partially reintegrated with essential joy long set aside. The lantern fruit's glow seemed more vibrant, the moss beneath her more alive with possibility, the twilight air itself somehow more substantial and nourishing. Freya's gaze was drawn upward, beyond the luminescent branches of the ancient trees, to where the first stars had begun to appear in the deepening twilight sky. Among them, tiny pinpoints of amber light danced and swirled in patterns too deliberate to be random. The ember moths had begun their evening flight, their fiery wings painting ephemeral constellations against the approaching night. With a smile, she rose from the moss hollow, carefully returning the blue-violet lantern fruit to Sif's waiting hands. Tonight, the grove had given her what she needed, but elsewhere, another story was unfolding beneath the dance of flame-winged insects, whose ancient song carried mysteries of its own. The moon hung low and full over the forest as Freya made her way through the underbrush, her steps light and certain despite the gathering darkness. Spring had only just begun to touch the land, and the evening air carried a lingering chill that spoke of winter's reluctance to fully release its grip. She pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders, appreciating its familiar weight and the memories it carried. A garment she had crafted herself many seasons ago, when her days were filled with different purposes. The forest had changed with the passing years, as all things must. Trees she had once known as saplings now stood tall and proud, while others had fallen to make way for new growth. Yet, despite these natural shifts, Freya could sense something different tonight. A subtle vibration in the air, a faint call that had drawn her from her home and into the depths of the woods. Her instincts as a Vanir goddess, though diminished by Odin's curse, remained sharp enough to recognize when the old magic stirred. "What calls to me this night?" she whispered, more to herself than to any who might hear. Her voice, though soft, carried through the stillness with the clarity that had once commanded the attention of gods and mortals alike. As if in answer, A faint golden light flickered between the trees ahead, not the steady glow of a torch or campfire, but something more ephemeral. Freya paused, her heightened senses alert for danger. Though many knew better than to threaten the Witch of the Woods, these were uncertain times. The coming of Ragnarok had been whispered of in the rustling leaves and flowing waters, and such cosmic upheaval often stirred ancient things from long slumber. The light pulsed again, revealing itself not as a single source but as many tiny points of illumination, like stars scattered through the forest. Curiosity overcame caution, and Freya continued forward, her steps nearly silent against the moss-covered ground. As she drew closer, the true nature of the lights became clear. Tiny creatures, no larger than the last joint of her finger, hovered among the trees. Their bodies glowed with a warm amber light that pulsed in a rhythm reminiscent of gentle breathing. "Ember moths," Freya breathed, recognition and wonder coloring her voice. "I had thought your kind long vanished from these realms." The tiny beings responded to her voice, several darting closer, their light intensifying briefly before settling back into their gentle rhythm. They resembled common moths in basic form, with delicate wings and slender bodies, but where ordinary moths bore patterns of brown or grey, these creatures seemed formed from living light. Their wings, translucent and faintly luminous, carried intricate patterns that shifted subtly as they moved, creating after-images in the air that lingered like half-forgotten memories. Freya extended a hand, palm upward, and watched as one of the braver moths fluttered down to land at the center. Up close, she could see that what had appeared to be a body of pure light was actually a complex structure of infinitesimal scales that captured and magnified the natural bioluminescence generated within. The creature's antennae twitched, sensing her with touch rather than sight, and its wings stilled as it rested upon her hand. "You are far from the sanctuaries that once housed your kind," she said softly. "What has awakened you after so long?" The ember moth offered no answer beyond a slight intensification of its glow. Yet as Freya looked beyond this single visitor to the swarm that hovered among the trees, she noticed they seemed to be moving with purpose, rather than the random patterns of ordinary insects. They flowed together like a stream of living light, forming a loose pathway that led deeper into the forest, toward the west. With gentle care, Freya raised her hand, and the moth took flight, rejoining its kin. The swarm's movement paused, as if waiting for her. Understanding dawned. They were guiding her, or perhaps responding to the same call that had drawn her from her dwelling this night. Either way, the path forward was clear. She followed the floating lights, which moved just quickly enough to lead her onward, but never so fast that she lost sight of them among the trees. As they traveled, more ember moths seemed to emerge from the forest around them, joining the swarm until hundreds of tiny lights danced through the air before her. Their collective glow now cast enough illumination to reveal the forest path clearly, transforming the night journey into a walk through an enchanted realm. The terrain began to change subtly as they proceeded. The familiar northern pines gave way to older, broader trees whose species Freya recognized from warmer climes. Trees that should not have thrived in these northern lands. Ancient oaks with gnarled branches spread wide alongside elegant silvery birches whose leaves shimmered in the moth's light. Undergrowth thinned, revealing stone pathways long buried beneath soil and fallen leaves. "I know this place," Freya murmured, memories stirring like leaves in an autumn breeze. Or rather, I knew what it once was. The ember moths swirled around her in a spiral of light, as if acknowledging her recognition. They led her onward with greater urgency now, their pattern tightening into a more distinct formation that illuminated a barely visible trail between two massive stone pillars, half hidden by climbing ivy. The pillars, though weathered by countless seasons, still bore the distinctive curving patterns of Vanir craftsmanship, graceful lines that mimicked flowing water and growing things, a sharp contrast to the angular runes favored by the Aesir. Freya approached the pillars with reverence, placing a hand against the cool stone. Beneath her fingers, she felt a faint resonance, the last whisper of protective enchantments laid down centuries ago. This had been a sanctuary, not a temple or place of worship as mortals understood such concepts, but a haven created by her people as a repository of knowledge and a place of communion with the natural world. "I had forgotten you existed," she told the silent stones. "How much else have I lost in my years of exile and rage?" The question lingered unanswered as she passed between the pillars. Beyond them, the land opened into what had once been a circular clearing, but was now nearly reclaimed by the surrounding forest. At its center stood the ruins of a structure that might have been beautiful before time and neglect had taken their toll. Walls of white stone, now stained with moss and lichen, rose in broken segments around a courtyard paved with fitted stones in spiraling patterns. Several archways remained intact, despite the collapse of the walls they had once supported, standing like sentinels guarding forgotten secrets. The ember moths dispersed throughout the ruins, their lights revealing the true extent of the sanctuary. What had appeared at first glance to be merely a modest structure now revealed itself as the centerpiece of a much larger complex. Smaller buildings and pavilions, most now reduced to foundations or partial walls, had once surrounded the central structure in a pattern reminiscent of petals around the center of a flower. As she walked among the fallen stones, Freya could almost see the sanctuary as it had once been, a place of serene beauty where her people had gathered to share knowledge and maintain their connection to the natural cycles that governed all life. In those days before the war with the Aesir, before her marriage to Odin had sealed a fragile peace, the Vanir had established several such sanctuaries throughout the 9 realms, creating places where their wisdom could be preserved and shared with those worthy of receiving it. The war had changed everything. Many sanctuaries had been destroyed in the conflict, their knowledge lost and their tenders scattered or slain. Others had been abandoned as the Vanir retreated to their home realm, or, like Freya herself, found themselves living among the Aesir as hostages disguised as honored guests. That this place had survived even in its current state of decay was remarkable, a testament to the skill of those who had hidden it from unfriendly eyes. Freya walked slowly through the courtyard, memory and intuition guiding her steps where visible pathways had long since broken. The ember moth seemed content to illuminate her way, but offered no further direction, spreading throughout the ruins like stars scattered across a stone sky. As she explored, Freya noted signs that the sanctuary had not been destroyed by violence or deliberate desecration, but had simply been abandoned to the patient reclamation of nature. A small mercy in a realm too often marked by conflict. A soft sound from nearby drew her attention, not the whisper of wind through leaves or the settling of ancient stones, but something alive. Turning toward the noise, Freya glimpsed a flash of russet fur as a fox darted between crumbling walls. The creature paused at a safe distance, regarding her with bright, curious eyes that reflected the golden light of the ember moths. "Well met, little brother," Freya said, crouching to bring herself closer to the fox's level. "Do you stand guardian over these ruins now?" The fox tilted its head, ears pricked forward with interest rather than fear. Judging by its ease around a stranger and the healthy gleam of its coat, this was not a creature struggling to survive, but one that had found prosperity among the abandoned structures. Perhaps it had made its den somewhere within the complex, raising kits in the safety provided by stone walls, where larger predators could not easily follow. As Freya and the fox regarded one another, she became aware of a subtle shift in the ember moth's behavior. Rather than drifting randomly through the ruins, many had begun to gather near a particular archway that led deeper into the central structure. Their collective light pulsed with greater intensity, drawing her attention deliberately. "You wish me to follow?" she observed, rising from her crouch. The fox, seemingly curious about this development as well, padded a few steps in the direction of the gathering moths before looking back at Freya, as if encouraging her to proceed. With such guides, Freya approached the archway. Beyond it lay a chamber that had once been roofed but was now open to the sky, allowing moonlight to supplement the moth's glow. The room might have served as a gathering place or council chamber in the sanctuary's active days. Stone benches arranged in a semicircle faced a raised dais at the far end, where a single object stood untouched by the decay that had claimed the rest of the structure. It was a harp, not the grand instruments played in Asgard's halls, but a smaller, more personal creation, designed to accompany a single voice rather than dominate it. The instrument stood upright on the dais, its frame carved from pale wood that seemed to capture and reflect the light of the ember moths that now gathered around it in a cloud of gentle illumination. Freya approached with mounting wonder. The harp should have deteriorated long ago, its strings rotted and its wood warped by exposure to the elements, yet it appeared as pristine as the day it was crafted. An impossible preservation that spoke of powerful enchantment. As she drew closer, she recognized the distinctive patterns carved into its frame. Patterns she herself had designed, in a time before the wars between Vanir and Aesir, before her marriage to Odin, before the long years of grief and rage that had followed. "My harp," she whispered, reaching out with trembling fingers to touch the smooth wood. "I crafted you with my own hands in the golden days of Vanaheim." The ember moths swirled around the instrument in tight, excited circles, their light pulsing more rapidly. Several landed on the strings, their tiny feet creating the faintest vibrations that translated into barely audible notes, like a distant memory of music, rather than the sound itself. Understanding bloomed within Freya's heart. The ember moths had not simply led her to this forgotten sanctuary by chance. These creatures, born of ancient Vanir magic and bound to the rhythms of growth and renewal, responded to song. In the days when this sanctuary thrived, they had been cultivated and tended by her people, who used music to guide them in creating light patterns that revealed hidden knowledge and triggered dormant. The fox had followed her into the chamber, its natural wariness apparently overcome by curiosity. It settled on its haunches near the dais, watching the interplay between the former goddess and the luminous insects with bright, attentive eyes. When Freya glanced its way, it yawned, showing sharp teeth briefly, before settling into a watchful posture that suggested it intended to stay. "You seem very comfortable here," Freya observed. "Perhaps you've witnessed stranger things than a goddess reclaiming her past." The fox's eyes gleamed with what might have been amusement, though Freya knew better than to attribute human emotions to wild creatures. Still, there was something in its bearing that suggested it was more than an ordinary fox, a certain stillness and attention that spoke of intelligence beyond that typically granted to its kind. Turning her attention back to the harp, Freya studied it more closely. The wood was light in color, almost silvery, and when she ran her fingers along its surface, she could feel the subtle energy that still resided within it. This had not been crafted as an ordinary instrument, but as a tool for working with the natural energies that the Vanir had specialized in manipulating, the forces of growth, healing, and transformation that flowed through all living things. The strings caught her attention particularly. Rather than the gut or sinew used in conventional harps, these appeared to be spun from some silvery material that shimmered in the combined light of moon and moths. When she plucked one experimentally, the sound that emerged was not merely musical, but seemed to resonate on multiple levels, creating harmonics that stirred memories long dormant in Freya's mind. "I remember now," she murmured. The strings were woven from moonlight captured during the harvest full moon, when the boundary between realms thins naturally. Such crafting had been considered extraordinary even among the Vanir, a specialization practiced by only a few who had developed the necessary skills through years of study and practice. That Freya had mastered it spoke to her status and abilities before fate had diverted her path so dramatically. Lifting the harp from its stand, she expected it to feel strange in hands that had not held such an instrument in centuries. To her surprise, it nestled against her body as if returning to its natural place, its weight and balance perfectly suited to her frame, as of course it would be, having been crafted for her specifically. Her fingers moved to the strings without conscious direction, plucking a simple series of notes that awoke memories long dormant. The ember moths responded immediately, their light pulsing in perfect synchronization with the notes. They gathered more densely around Freya and the harp, their combined illumination creating a sphere of golden light that pushed back the shadows of the ruined chamber. Some settled on the stone benches around the room, their glowing bodies transforming plain rock into something magical and otherworldly. Encouraged by this response, Freya continued, moving from isolated notes to a simple melody that had once been as familiar to her as her own heartbeat. The tune was a Vanir lullaby, ancient even before her birth, traditionally sung to soothe children and ease the transition from wakefulness to dreams. As the melody took shape, more ember moths emerged from crevices in the walls and from beneath fallen stones, drawn by the music that called to something fundamental in their nature. Yet as Freya played, she became aware of gaps in her memory, places where the melody faltered because she could not recall the next progression. Centuries of separation from her heritage had taken their toll, leaving the song fragmented like the ruins around her. When she reached one such gap, her fingers hesitated, and the pattern of light created by the ember moths wavered in response. "I have forgotten," she admitted softly, a confession to herself as much as to the silent witnesses around her. "Too many years have passed." The fox made a soft huffing sound, almost like encouragement. It had crept closer during her playing, and now sat barely an arm's length away, its attention fixed on the harp with an almost unnatural focus. The ember moths, though their pattern had destabilized, continued to hover expectantly, as if waiting for her to find her way back to the path of the melody. Freya closed her eyes, reaching, not for specific memories, but for the feeling that had once guided her fingers. The lullaby was not merely a sequence of notes, but an expression of the Vanir understanding of the world, the cycles of growth and rest, of light and shadow, of waking and dreaming. If she could reconnect with that fundamental knowledge, perhaps the specific notes would follow. A breath, then another. She allowed herself to feel the weight of the harp against her body, the tension of the strings beneath her fingers, the presence of the ancient sanctuary around her. This place had been created as a repository of Vanir wisdom, a sanctuary where her people could maintain their connection to the natural world, even as war with the Aesir threatened to sever it. Some essence of that purpose must remain, despite the centuries of abandonment. When her fingers returned to the strings, the melody that emerged was not exactly the one she had been attempting to recreate. Instead, it was something both familiar and new, a variation that acknowledged the gaps in her memory while finding a path around them. The ember moths responded with immediate enthusiasm, their light stabilizing into a coherent pattern that rotated slowly around Freya and the harp. The fox had crept even closer, now sitting directly beside her, its warm fur occasionally brushing against her leg as it shifted position. Its eyes remained fixed on the harp, ears swiveling occasionally to catch every nuance of the music that flowed from the strings. Encouraged by these responses, Freya added her voice to the melody. Though she had not sung in many years, not since the days before her son's imprisonment by Odin, her voice remained clear and true, carrying the ancient words with a power that belied her current diminished status in the cosmic hierarchy. Gentle night embraces day, stars emerge to light the way, through shadows deep and dreams so sweet, where sleeping minds and memories meet. As she sang, the ember moth's behavior changed dramatically. Rather than simply pulsing in time with the music, they began to arrange themselves in complex geometric patterns that shifted and evolved with each verse. Lines of light formed and reformed in the air around her, creating symbols and shapes that stirred recognition in Freya's mind. Old Vanir sigils representing concepts too complex for words alone to capture. One pattern in particular caught her attention, a spiral configuration that began near the floor and rose in widening circles toward the open ceiling above. Within this spiral, smaller patterns formed and dissolved, creating a visual representation of the lullaby's themes of transformation and renewal. The moths moved with such precision that it seemed impossible they were acting without guidance. Yet Freya knew she was not consciously directing them. Rather, the music itself was creating a framework that the creatures responded to instinctively, drawing on patterns embedded in their very nature by Vanir magic long ago. The fox watched the display with remarkable calmness, its eyes tracking the movements of the living lights as if it understood their significance. When Freya reached the end of the verse, it yipped softly, an unmistakable encouragement to continue. Drawing breath, Freya moved to the next verse, her confidence growing as the connection to her past strengthened. Seeds of thought in darkness grow, secrets only dreamers know. Paths unfold beneath closed eyes, where ancient wisdom never dies. With these words, the ember moth's pattern shifted again, the symbolic shapes giving way to a more directed formation. They created a flowing stream of light that extended from where Freya sat toward a section of wall that appeared solid and unremarkable. As the light touched the stones, faint lines became visible, the outline of a doorway that had been concealed by magic rather than physical barricade. Understanding the moth's guidance, Freya continued playing while rising carefully to her feet. The cloud of light maintained its path as she moved toward the hidden door, illuminating details that had been invisible moments before. Subtle engravings covered the stone surface, not the bold runes of Aesir magic, but the flowing script of the Vanir, meant to work in harmony with the natural world, rather than imposing will upon it. The script told a story, one that Freya could now read despite the centuries that had passed since she had last encountered such writing. It spoke of the sanctuary's founding in the early days of conflict between Vanir and Aesir, when certain members of her people had foreseen the possibility of defeat and taken steps to preserve their most precious knowledge. This particular sanctuary had been dedicated to the wisdom of cycles, the patterns of birth, growth, decline, and renewal that governed all living things. The fox trotted alongside her, seemingly as interested in this discovery as Freya herself. As they approached the door, the ember moths intensified their light, concentrating it on a circular depression at the center of the hidden entrance. The depression was no larger than Freya's palm, and bore a spiral pattern that mirrored the larger design of the sanctuary itself. Without interrupting her playing, Freya studied the door and the sigils surrounding it. This was a guardian entrance, designed to admit only those who understood the proper approach. Force would be useless against such a barrier. Indeed, attempting to break through would likely trigger protective enchantments that had lain dormant for centuries. The Ember Moth's behavior offered the key, their light focused on the central spiral, pulsing in perfect time with the melody Freya played. Understanding dawned, the door responded to specific frequencies of sound and light combined, a lock that could only be opened by one who possessed both Vanir knowledge and the assistance of the Ember Moths themselves. Freya adjusted her playing, focusing the melody on the specific notes that seemed to cause the most intense reaction from the moths. As she did, their light stabilized into a beam that precisely matched the spiral pattern on the door. The final verse of the lullaby rose to her lips. Vanir voices soft and clear speak to those who truly hear through ember wings and silver strings, the hidden path to wisdom brings. As the last note faded, the spiral on the door began to glow with the same golden light as the ember moths. The stone shifted, not swinging open like a conventional door, but spiraling inward upon itself, the solid material flowing like water to create an opening just large enough for a person to step through. Beyond lay darkness, but the ember moths immediately flowed through the gap, their light revealing a narrow passageway that descended gently into the earth. The fox hesitated at the threshold, sniffing cautiously at the revealed passage. After a moment's consideration, it padded forward, disappearing into the opening with its tail held high in a display of confidence that Freya found both amusing and reassuring. If a creature so attuned to danger sensed nothing threatening, perhaps the way was indeed safe. Cradling the harp in one arm, Freya followed, stepping through the spiral opening into a passage that seemed untouched by the centuries of decay that had claimed the structures above. The walls were smooth white stone, unmarked by time or moisture, and the air, while still, carried a faint scent of herbs and dried flowers, rather than the mustiness one might expect from a long-sealed chamber. The ember moths flew ahead, illuminating the way with their gentle light. The passage curved gradually, following the same spiral pattern that had been evident in the sanctuary's design, leading ever downward. Freya estimated they had descended perhaps twice her height when the passage opened into a circular chamber that took her breath away with its pristine condition and obvious significance. This was the true heart of the sanctuary, a hidden library and repository of Vanir knowledge. The circular room was lined with shelves containing scrolls, books, and artifacts, all apparently protected from time's decay by the same magic that had preserved the harp. At the center stood a pedestal of white stone, upon which rested a single large tome bound in pale leather and inlaid with mother-of-pearl that caught and reflected the moth's light. The chamber was not large, perhaps 20 paces across, but its contents represented a treasure beyond price. Here was preserved knowledge that had been thought lost forever, wisdom from the golden age of Vanir civilization, before the war had scattered her people and diminished their influence throughout the 9 realms. The fox had already made itself comfortable, curling up on a cushioned bench near the pedestal as if it belonged there. It watched Freya with bright eyes that held an intelligence almost too keen for a mundane creature. "You've been here before," Freya observed, addressing the fox directly. "Perhaps you are more than you appear." The fox made no response beyond a slow blink that might have been agreement, turning its attention to grooming its tail with methodical care. Whatever its nature, it seemed content to share this discovery, rather than challenging Freya's presence. The ember moths dispersed throughout the chamber, some settling on shelves or hovering near particular scrolls as if highlighting them for attention. Others gathered around the central tome, their light illuminating the cover where symbols were inlaid in a circular pattern around a central image of a tree. Not Yggdrasil as depicted in Aesir lore, but an earlier, more primal representation of the world's interconnected nature. Approaching the pedestal, Freya gently placed the harp on a smaller stand nearby that seemed designed specifically for it. The instrument settled into place with a soft harmonic resonance, as if reuniting with a long-separated companion. The ember moths that had been hovering near the tome shifted their attention to the harp momentarily, several landing on its strings to create soft, barely audible notes that seemed to stabilize the energy of the chamber. With reverent hands, Freya opened the central tome. Its pages were not paper, but some thinner, more resilient material that felt like neither animal skin nor plant fiber beneath her fingers. The writing upon them was in the oldest form of Vanir script, one that predated her own birth by many generations. Yet she found she could read it, not fluently, but well enough to grasp the significance of what lay before her. The Codex of Seasons, she translated aloud, a record of the great cycles and the songs that bind them. This was a foundational text of Vanir wisdom, one Freya had heard mentioned in her youth but had never seen herself. It contained the deepest understanding of her people's connection to the natural world, not merely agricultural knowledge or weather prediction, but the fundamental rhythms that governed growth and decay, waking and sleeping, life and death throughout the 9 realms. As she carefully turned the pages, illustrations caught her eye, intricate diagrams showing the flow of energies through different living systems, from individual plants to entire forests, from small streams to vast oceans. These were not merely observations, but profound insights into the interconnected nature of all things. Insights that had informed the Vanir approach to magic as a cooperative endeavor rather than an exercise in domination. One section particularly drew her attention, a collection of musical notations, accompanied by illustrations of patterns formed by ember moths when certain songs were performed. The text explained that these creatures had been specially cultivated by ancient Vanir to respond to specific harmonic frequencies, creating living illuminations that could reveal hidden truths or activate dormant enchantments. They were not tools to be used, but partners in magical work, their cooperation freely given in response to music that honored their nature. The fox had raised its head at her words, watching her with that same unsettling intelligence. Now it yawned, stretched, and hopped down from the bench to pad over to a specific shelf, where it sat looking expectantly up at a collection of smaller scrolls bound with green ribbon. "You wish me to look at these as well?" Freya asked, amused despite herself by the creature's apparent guidance. When she examined the scrolls indicated by the fox, she discovered they contained musical notations, not just for the lullaby she had partially recalled, but for dozens of other songs designed to work with the ember moths for various purposes. Some were meant to reveal hidden paths or objects, others to enhance growth or healing, still others to communicate across great distances through the moths acting as messengers. One scroll in particular seemed to call to her, a composition titled "The Calling of Lost Things." According to the brief description, this song was specifically designed to help locate objects or beings that had been separated from their proper place. The notation was complex but not beyond her abilities, especially now that she had reconnected with her musical heritage through the lullaby. "This is why you led me here," she realized, looking between the fox and the swarm of ember moths that now hovered near the musical scrolls. "Not just to find this place, but to remember these songs, to bring them back into the world. The ember moths pulsed their light in what seemed like affirmation, while the fox merely watched her with those knowing eyes. Whether the creatures were acting on some lingering enchantment or from their own understanding, the result was the same. Freya had been guided to recover a piece of her heritage that might otherwise have remained lost forever. As she continued to explore the chamber, Freya discovered shelves containing seeds preserved in crystal vials, plants that might no longer exist in the world above, maintained in suspended animation by Vanir magic. Other containers held essences distilled from flowers and herbs, their potency undimmed by the passing centuries. These would have been used in healing work, another area where Vanir expertise had once been unmatched throughout the 9 realms. A small alcove to one side contained what appeared to be personal items, journals written in various hands, small tokens and keepsakes, even a few items of clothing carefully folded and preserved. These had belonged to the caretakers of the sanctuary, those who had maintained its knowledge and continued its work, even as the influence of the Vanir waned in the world above. Among these personal effects, Freya found a small wooden box carved with her own symbol, the falcon that had once been her most common form when she wished to travel unrecognized. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, she opened it to discover a collection of small objects, a ring set with a green stone, a lock of golden hair bound with silver thread, a tiny vial of what appeared to be morning dew, and a folded piece of parchment addressed simply, "To the lady when she returns." Her hands trembled slightly as she unfolded the note. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the language was the high form of Vanir speech used only among the nobility of her people. The message was brief but profound. "Lady Freya, if you read these words, then the ember moths have fulfilled their final duty to the sanctuary. We who remained as caretakers after the great exodus always believed you would return one day when the need was greatest and the time was right. The knowledge preserved here is your birthright and your responsibility. Use it wisely, for the cycles turn ever toward renewal, even in the darkest of times." The note was signed with a simple spiral symbol rather than a name, the mark of a dedicated caretaker of Vanir knowledge, one who had subsumed individual identity into service to the greater wisdom. That such a person had anticipated her eventual return, had prepared specifically for it even without knowing when or if it would occur, moved Freya deeply. "We never lost faith," she murmured, carefully refolding the note and returning it to the box, "even when I had forgotten this place existed." The fox had approached while she examined the box, and now it sat beside her, its warm presence oddly comforting. When she looked down at it, it met her gaze steadily, without the wariness one would expect from a wild creature. In its eyes, Freya thought she saw something like satisfaction, as if a long-held purpose had finally been fulfilled. "Was this your duty as well, little brother?" she asked softly. "To guide me here when the time came?" The fox made no direct response, but it did something unexpected. It leaned against her leg briefly, almost like a domestic dog might do, before returning to its more typical alertness. The gesture, small as it was, seemed significant, an acknowledgement of connection rather than mere coincidence. Freya returned to the central tome, studying it more carefully now that she understood its importance. The Codex of Seasons contained not just knowledge but wisdom, insights into the patterns that governed all life, patterns that continued regardless of the politics of gods or the conflicts of nations. This was the foundation of Vanir understanding, the source from which all their other practices had sprung. One passage particularly caught her attention. The greatest power lies not in resistance, but in alignment. When one moves with the natural cycles rather than against them, even the smallest action can produce profound results. A seed planted at the proper moment will grow stronger than one forced before its time. A word spoken at the turning point of a conversation may change hearts where arguments fail. This is the essence of our way, to discern the proper moment and act in harmony with it. This philosophy stood in such stark contrast to the Aesir approach, which valued strength and will above all else. Odin, with his constant quest for knowledge as a means to power, had never truly understood the Vanir perspective, that true wisdom lay not in accumulation, but in harmonious application, not in controlling nature, but in becoming a conscious participant in its endless dance. As Freya contemplated these differences, she realized that her years among the Aesir had changed her more than she had recognized. Her righteous anger at Odin's treatment of her son, while justified, had led her to adopt methods and attitudes more aligned with Aesir thinking than with her Vanir heritage. She had sought control rather than alignment, vengeance rather than restoration. "I have strayed far from my path," she acknowledged quietly. "Perhaps that is why I was led here, not just to recover lost knowledge, but to remember who I truly am." The ember moths, which had been hovering quietly while she read, suddenly intensified their light, creating a gentle pulse that drew her attention back to the harp. Several had landed on its strings, their tiny movements creating faint, intermittent notes as if they were attempting to play it themselves. Understanding their suggestion, Freya returned to the instrument, unrolling the scroll containing the calling of lost things before her. The notation was complex but not indecipherable, especially now that her connection to her musical heritage had been reawakened through the lullaby. Before beginning, she took a moment to center herself, remembering the Vanir approach to music not as performance but as communication, a way of aligning personal intention with larger patterns. This song was not meant to impose will upon the world, but to create resonance with the natural tendency of separated things to seek reunion. Her fingers moved across the strings with increasing confidence, producing notes that seemed to hang in the air longer than should have been physically possible. The melody was neither sad nor joyful, but something more complex, a musical representation of the feeling of incompleteness seeking resolution, of fragments yearning to become whole. As she played, the ember moths responded with extraordinary coordination, arranging themselves into patterns that shifted and flowed with the music's progression. They created a three-dimensional map of light within the chamber, with lines connecting various points and configurations that seemed random at first, but gradually revealed underlying order, like constellations emerging from scattered stars. The fox watched the performance with rapt attention, its ears pricked forward and its body perfectly still. When the song approached what Freya sensed was its climax, the creature stood and moved to a specific point within the light pattern, sitting precisely where several lines converged. As she played the final sequence of notes, the moths concentrated their light on this spot, revealing a small indentation in the floor that had been invisible before. When the song concluded, Freya set the harp aside and moved to investigate this new discovery. The indentation was circular, about the span of 2 hands across, with the same spiral pattern that had marked the hidden door above. Yet this was not another doorway, but something different, a repository of some kind, designed to protect something particularly precious. Following instinct, guided by her renewed understanding of Vanir methods, Freya placed her palm against the spiral and hummed a simple 3-note sequence that had formed the core of the calling of lost things. The floor responded immediately, the spiral pattern glowing briefly before the circle of stone receded downward, and then slid aside, revealing a small compartment beneath. Within lay a slender wooden box, its surface unmarked by any symbol or decoration. When Freya lifted it from its hiding place, she found it surprisingly light, as if it contained something insubstantial. The lid opened easily, revealing a single object nestled on a bed of what appeared to be preserved moss, still green and living, despite its long concealment. It was a seed, larger than any ordinary plant seed, about the size of a small plum, with a golden brown surface that gleamed in the moth's light. Freya recognized it immediately, though she had not seen one in centuries. A world tree seed, she breathed, scarcely believing what she held. I thought them all lost or destroyed. In the ancient days, before Yggdrasil had become the dominant connection between realms, smaller world trees had existed in various locations, creating local harmonizations between different planes of existence. These had been particularly sacred to the Vanir, who understood them not as separate entities, but as manifestations of a single underlying reality, expressed in multiple locations. The seeds from which such trees grew were incredibly rare, produced only under specific cosmic alignments that occurred perhaps once in 1,000 years. That the caretakers had preserved such a seed here, maintaining it in viable condition through centuries of isolation, spoke to how important they had considered this sanctuary and its eventual rediscovery. This was not merely a repository of knowledge, but a seed bank for the future, a place from which regeneration might begin when the proper time arrived. The fox had approached while Freya examined the seed, its nose twitching with interest, but making no attempt to interfere. When she looked at it questioningly, it simply returned her gaze with that same unsettling intelligence before turning to look at another part of the chamber, a circular section of floor near one wall that was slightly different in coloration from the surrounding stone. Understanding the guidance, Freya carefully replaced the world tree seed in its box and moved to investigate this new area. The circular section proved to be a shallow basin filled with soil. Not ordinary earth, but a special mixture, created according to Vanir agricultural wisdom, designed to support the growth of magical plants, while connecting them to the broader energies of the realm. A planting place, she realized, preserved and prepared, waiting for the right moment. The fox sat beside the basin, looking between it and the box containing the seed with obvious meaning. Yet Freya hesitated, understanding the significance of what was being suggested. Planting a world tree seed was not a small matter. Such trees, once established, created permanent connections between realms that could not be easily severed. They became anchor points for natural energies, influencing everything within their growing sphere of influence. "The time is not yet right," she said finally, both to the fox and to herself. Such a planting requires careful preparation and proper alignment with cosmic cycles. To rush it would dishonor the gift and possibly waste a treasure that cannot be replaced. The fox seemed to accept this decision, rising and returning to the cushioned bench where it had first settled. The ember moths, which had been hovering expectantly near the basin, dispersed throughout the chamber once more, their light returning to its gentle, ambient quality rather than the focused intensity that had revealed the hidden compartment. Freya returned the seed box to its hiding place, sealing the compartment with the same musical phrase that had opened it. She would return for it when the proper time came, when she had remastered the knowledge preserved in this sanctuary and could ensure the seed would have the best possible conditions for growth. For now, there was much to learn from the Codex of Seasons and the other preserved writings. Some of this knowledge might be immediately applicable to her current circumstances, offering new approaches to challenges she had been facing. Other aspects would require longer study and practice to fully integrate. The fox had stretched out on the bench, apparently content to rest while Freya explored the chamber more thoroughly. The creature's ease in this magical environment continued to suggest it was more than an ordinary animal, yet it made no attempt to reveal any greater nature or purpose beyond its role as guide. As she moved around the chamber examining different scrolls and artifacts, Freya found herself humming the lullaby that had opened the hidden door. The simple melody now felt like a thread connecting her present self to her past, bridging the centuries of separation from her heritage with gentle persistence. The ember moths responded to her humming, their light pulsing subtly in time with the notes. Several followed her movements, illuminating whatever she chose to examine, while others maintained their positions throughout the chamber like living lamps, ensuring no corner remained in darkness. Time seemed to flow differently in this preserved space. What felt like perhaps an hour of exploration might have been considerably longer in the world above. Yet Freya felt no urgency to leave, sensing that the sanctuary existed in a pocket of stability where ordinary concerns of time held less significance. Eventually, she returned to the central pedestal where the codex lay open. She had barely scratched the surface of its contents, yet already she had recovered insights and techniques that would require months or years to fully incorporate into her practice. The scope of what had been preserved here was humbling, a testament to the depth and sophistication of Vanir knowledge at its height. "I cannot absorb it all at once," she acknowledged. "This is not a single visit's discovery, but a lifetime's work." The fox, which had appeared to be sleeping, opened its eyes at these words, watching her with that same unmistakable intelligence. After a moment's consideration, it rose and stretched before hopping down from the bench and moving toward the spiral passage that led back to the surface. At the entrance to the passage, it paused, looking back at Freya with clear expectation. The message was unmistakable. It was time to return to the world above, at least for now. The sanctuary would remain, protected by its ancient enchantments, ready for her return when circumstances permitted. "I understand," Freya said, accepting the guidance. "Some discoveries must be absorbed slowly, in proper measure." Before leaving, she carefully closed the codex, running her fingers lightly over its cover in a gesture of respect for both its contents and those who had preserved it. The ember moths that had been hovering near it dispersed, many returning to resting places on shelves or in small niches in the walls. The harp, however, she lifted from its stand, feeling certain that it was meant to leave with her. This instrument was part of her personal heritage, a tool crafted by her own hands that had waited patiently for her return. Taking it back into the world would help maintain her connection to what she had discovered here, allowing her to continue working with the ember moths and developing the musical skills that had once been so central to her identity. "I will return," she promised the chamber and its contents. "What has been preserved here should not remain hidden forever." The ember moths seemed to approve of this declaration, several landing briefly on her shoulders and in her hair like a gentle blessing before returning to their vigil among the shelves. A small contingent, perhaps 24, gathered near the entrance to the passage, apparently intending to accompany her back to the surface. With the fox leading and the moths providing light, Freya ascended the spiral passage, feeling a subtle shift in the air's quality as they approached the world above. The protected atmosphere of the hidden chamber gave way gradually to the more variable conditions of the ruined sanctuary, where time and elements had been allowed to work their natural processes of transformation. When they emerged into the roofless chamber where she had first discovered the harp, Freya noted that the night had advanced significantly during her time below. The moon had moved across the sky and now approached the western horizon, suggesting several hours had passed rather than the brief period it had seemed. The hidden door spiraled closed behind them once they had passed through, becoming once more an unremarkable section of ancient wall. Without the ember moth's light revealing its outline, Freya doubted she would be able to locate it precisely, though she now possessed the knowledge needed to open it again. The fox trotted ahead, leading the way back through the ruins toward the forest beyond. The ember moths that had accompanied them from below joined those that had remained in the ruins, their combined light creating a softly illuminated path through the crumbling structures. When they reached the pillars that marked the sanctuary's boundary, the fox paused, looking back at Freya with what seemed like expectation. "You have guided me well, little brother," she acknowledged, crouching once more to address the creature at its level. "Though I suspect you are not quite what you appear." The fox tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the moth's light. For a brief moment, Freya thought she saw something shift in those eyes, a depth of awareness far beyond that of an ordinary animal. Then it blinked, and the impression faded, leaving her uncertain whether she had imagined it. With a soft yip that might have been farewell, the fox turned and darted back toward the ruins, quickly vanishing among the shadows and vegetation that had reclaimed the once grand sanctuary. The ember moths, however, continued to hover around Freya, apparently content to accompany her at least part of the way back to her dwelling. As she walked beneath the ancient trees, harp cradled carefully in her arms, Freya found herself humming the lullaby that had opened the hidden door. The ember moths responded by arranging themselves in flowing patterns that matched the melody's movement, creating a river of light that guided her steps through the darkness. For the first time in longer than she could remember, Freya felt a sense of connection to her past that was not tainted by bitterness or regret. The knowledge preserved in the hidden chamber represented not the power and conflict that had characterized relations between Vanir and Aesir, but the deeper wisdom of her people, their understanding of growth and renewal, of harmony with the natural world rather than dominion over it. The Witch of the Woods had spent years focused on vengeance and protection, her powers bent toward shielding herself and her son from the consequences of their complicated histories. Yet the ember moths and their hidden sanctuary reminded her of other aspects of her nature: the healer, the nurturer, the keeper of songs that brought light to darkness. As the first hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Freya reached the edge of the forest near her dwelling. The ember moths, which had accompanied her throughout the journey, began to disperse, their light fading as day approached. Yet she knew they would not truly leave. They would remain in the forest, hidden during daylight hours, but emerging again with twilight, drawn to the songs she now remembered. Before the last of the moths departed, Freya played a final brief melody on the harp, a promise set to music that she would return to the sanctuary, that the knowledge preserved there would not remain dormant, that the songs would be sung again. The tiny creatures swirled around her in a spiral of golden light, their movement conveying acknowledgement and perhaps approval before they scattered to find shelter from the coming day. Standing alone in the gentle light of early morning, harp in hand and heart lighter than it had been in centuries, Freya gazed toward the new day with a sense of renewed purpose. The world stood on the cusp of great change. The whispers of Ragnarok grew stronger with each passing season, but perhaps change need not mean only destruction. Perhaps it could also mean remembrance, recovery, the rediscovery of wisdom long thought lost. She traced a finger along the carved frame of the harp, feeling the patterns she herself had designed in a different age. "We begin again," she murmured, the words half promise, half prayer. "Not as we were, but as we might yet become. In the branches above, a fox's bark echoed briefly, whether ordinary animal or something more she could not tell. But as she turned toward home, Freya felt certain that she had found not just a repository of ancient knowledge, but a new path forward. One illuminated not by rage or vengeance, but by the gentle, persistent light of tiny wings. As the last ember moth disappeared into the forest dawn, the gentle story of Freya's rediscovery fades into memory. Her journey among the ruins and the magical moths has shown us how wisdom can be preserved, even when hidden from sight, and how the songs of the past can illuminate new paths forward. Now, as we transition from one realm of dreams to another, we invite you to release your thoughts of ancient ruins and glowing moths. Let your mind drift toward a different kind of magic, one woven from starlight and silvery threads, where patterns form across the night sky, and ancient mysteries await in the celestial tapestry above. Prepare to embark on a new journey through the realms as we unfold our next tale. The evening breeze carried the scent of juniper and wild heather across the highest hill in Vanaheim as Freya made her final ascent. Her steps were deliberate, each placement of her feet a conscious connection with the land she had once called home. The hill rose above the surrounding forest like an island in a sea of green, its summit bare save for a circle of ancient stones and, at its center, the object of her journey. The loom of threads, an artifact from the earliest days of the Van. Twilight painted the western sky in hues of amber and violet, the day's last light catching on her golden hair as she climbed. Her simple traveling clothes, a stark contrast to the elaborate gowns she had once worn as Queen of the Valkyries. Freya had journeyed for 3 days to reach this place, following paths that existed more in memory than in physical form. The roads to the sacred sites of the Vanir had been deliberately obscured after the war with the Aesir, their locations preserved only through stories passed from mother to daughter, father to son, across generations. She had not walked this particular path since before her marriage to Odin, before the birth of Baldur, before grief and vengeance had become her constant companions. Twilight deepened around her as she approached the stone circle, the first stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky above. The loom itself seemed unremarkable at first glance, weathered wood darkened by countless seasons, its frame standing only as tall as Freya herself. Yet, even from a distance, she could sense the dormant power within it, like the quiet breathing of a deeply sleeping creature. The energy it contained was not the forceful, demanding power of Aesir magic, but the subtle, persistent strength of the Vanir. Magic that worked with the natural flows of energy rather than bending them to its will. "How long has it been," she murmured to herself, "since anyone has awakened you?" The question drifted away on the evening breeze, unanswered. The loom of threads had stood on this hilltop since before her birth, a remnant of an age when the Vanir had first learned to capture starlight in physical form. In the stories her mother had told, the first such loom had been created by Nerthus herself, who had observed how the light of stars seemed to weave patterns across the night sky and sought to capture that celestial dance in tangible form. As she entered the circle of standing stones, Freya noticed small details that spoke of the loom's neglect. Spiderwebs stretched between its beams, tiny sprouts of moss clinging to its northern side, a thin layer of pollen dusting its surface. Yet its structure remained sound, a testament to the skill of its ancient makers and the enchantments woven into its very being. The stones surrounding it stood like silent guardians, their surfaces etched with runes and symbols that told the story of the loom's creation and purpose for those with the knowledge to read them. She circled it once, trailing her fingers just above its surface without touching, feeling the subtle vibrations of magic still present despite years of disuse. The loom had been created in an age when the boundaries between the physical and the magical were less defined. When the Vanir wove spells as naturally as they breathed, it was an extension of their understanding that all things, objects, beings, forces, were connected by invisible threads that could be manipulated by those with the knowledge and skill to do so. Unlike the Aesir, who saw magic primarily as a tool for power and conquest, the Vanir had viewed it as a means of communion and creation. I remember the stories, Freya spoke softly to the loom, of how our ancestors would gather here during the longest nights of winter, when the stars shone brightest. How they would weave memory cloths, capturing not just events, but feelings, intentions, dreams. Her voice seemed to wake something in the ancient artifact, a subtle shift in its presence, like a sleeper stirring at the sound of a familiar voice. The wood seemed to warm slightly beneath her hovering fingers, responding to the presence of one with Vanir blood and training. Night had fallen completely now, the sky above the hilltop a vast canvas of stars unobstructed by clouds or trees. Freya seated herself on a smooth stone beside the loom, allowing her gaze to drift upward, identifying the constellations one by one as they had been taught to her in childhood. The Great Bear, the Hunter, the sacred tree that represented Yggdrasil. Each had its story, its meaning, its place in the vast pattern that the Vanir had studied for generations. The stars were not merely distant lights to her people, but living presences, witnesses to the unfolding of time who occasionally shared their vast perspective with those wise enough to listen. From a pouch at her waist, she withdrew a small object wrapped carefully in silk. A spindle carved from a branch of the world tree itself, gifted to her by her mother when she first showed aptitude for the weaving arts. Its wood gleamed softly in the starlight, the intricate runes carved into its surface still clear despite the passage of centuries. The spindle had been her constant companion through the ages, one of the few possessions she had managed to keep with her through all the changes and upheavals of her long life. It had survived her marriage to Odin, her time among the Aesir, her exile in Midgard, a tangible connection to her origins that had comforted her in the darkest moments. "I come to remember," she said to the night air, "and perhaps to understand." The words were part ritual, part personal declaration, acknowledging that the act of weaving on the sacred loom was both craft and communion with the past, with the cosmos, with the deeper truths that ordinary perception often missed. The Vanir had always understood that true wisdom came not from accumulating knowledge, as Odin did, endlessly and greedily, but from perceiving the patterns that connected seemingly disparate elements of existence. With practiced hands, Freya began preparing the loom, brushing away the accumulated dust and debris with gentle strokes, checking the tension of the existing threads that formed its foundation. Though long unused, the loom had been built to endure, its core structure as sound as the day it was created. The few broken threads she found she carefully replaced from a small bundle of silvery fibers she had brought specifically for this purpose. Threads spun from moonlight on the summer solstice, when magic ran strongest through the realms. Each new thread she added seemed to awaken the loom further, small pulses of energy rippling through the ancient wood as dormant enchantments stirred to life. As her hands worked, her voice rose in a gentle melody, an ancient Vanir song traditionally sung during weaving, its rhythm matching the back and forth motion of the shuttle, its words invoking harmony and clear sight. The tune came back to her naturally, as if she had sung it only yesterday rather than centuries ago in a different life. Before godhood and its complications, before Odin, before loss had carved its deep channels through her existence, the song spoke of threads that bound all living things, of patterns visible only from great distance, of the weaver's responsibility to add beauty to the great cloth of existence. Thread to thread, star to star, pattern emerges from what we are, she sang softly, the old words flowing from memory. Weave the past, glimpse what comes, in the cloth the story runs. The melody seemed to resonate with the loom itself, causing the replaced threads to vibrate in subtle harmony, the wood to hum at frequencies just below ordinary hearing. The standing stones around the circle reflected the sound, creating a gentle acoustic chamber that amplified the song while keeping it contained within the sacred space. The night deepened around her as she worked, the stars wheeling slowly overhead in their ancient patterns. Occasionally she would pause, eyes closed, drawing in the energy of the place, the hilltop that had been sacred to her people long before Aesir dominance, long before the wars that had reshaped the 9 realms. Here the essence of Vanaheim remained pure, untouched by the conflicts that had altered so much else. The air itself seemed different, richer somehow, as if the boundary between realms was thinner in this place, allowing more of Vanaheim's inherent magic to flow through. A sound caught Freya's attention. The soft flutter of wings as a bird alighted on one of the standing stones nearby. Not a raven, messenger of Odin, but a nightjar, a creature of twilight and shadow with soft, mottled feathers that blended with the darkness. It watched her with bright, intelligent eyes, head tilted as if curious about her presence in this long-abandoned place. In the traditions of the Vanir, the appearance of a nightjar during sacred work was considered a favorable sign, as these birds were thought to carry messages between the seen and unseen worlds. "Have you come to observe my weaving, little one?" Freya asked, a small smile softening her features. "Or perhaps to ensure I remember the old ways properly?" The bird chirped softly in response, settling more comfortably on its perch, as if intending to stay. Its presence brought an unexpected feeling of companionship to what Freya had anticipated would be a solitary ritual. The nightjar's bright eyes reflected starlight, twin points of radiance that seemed almost knowing in their steady gaze. With the loom prepared, Freya turned her attention to the actual weaving. According to tradition, the first step was to gather starlight, the primary material for any cloth created on the loom of threads. She raised her hands toward the night sky, palms upward in a gesture of receptivity, and began another chant, this one focused on calling down the light of specific stars. The incantation was not a command but an invitation, acknowledging the stars as conscious presences who might choose to share their essence or withhold it according to their own wisdom. Bright ones who witness all, who have seen the beginning and will see the end, share your light with one who seeks to remember, to understand, to preserve, she intoned, her voice carrying power but not command. For the stars responded to invitation, not to demands, even from one of her lineage and ability. The words were ancient, passed down through countless generations of Vanir weavers, carefully preserved despite the Aesir's attempts to eradicate the old practices. For a moment, nothing happened, and Freya felt a flicker of doubt. Had the old magic faded so completely? Had her time among the Aesir, her years of rage and grief, severed her connection to these ancient practices of her people? Just as the thought formed, however, the air above the loom began to shimmer. Tiny motes of light, like luminous dewdrops, descended slowly from the sky, gathering above her upturned palms before coalescing into fine strands of silvery radiance. The starlight responded not to her godhood or her power, but to her sincerity, to the genuine seeking that had brought her to this place. The nightjar on the stone sang out a single pure note, as if in celebration of this success, then fell silent again, watching with those bright, knowing eyes. The sound seemed to stabilize the descending light, helping it maintain cohesion as it transformed from pure energy to semi-physical form. Freya's breath caught at the beauty of it, starlight made tangible, a miracle that had once been commonplace among her people but now existed perhaps only in this moment, on this hilltop, through her actions. The strands were cool to the touch, but not cold, substantial but weightless, seeming to pulse gently with the same rhythm as the stars from which they had been drawn. They carried an inherent luminosity that cast soft light across her features and reflected from the polished wood of the loom, creating a gentle glow that pushed back the darkness without dispelling the night's essential mystery. "Thank you," she whispered, both to the stars and to whatever aspects of the old ways still lingered in this place, enabling such magic. With careful movements, she began to wind the starlight threads onto the spindle, which seemed to welcome them, glowing more brightly with each layer added. The process required delicate attention. Too much pressure would cause the starlight to disperse. Too little would fail to capture its essence in usable form. Freya's hands remembered the technique perfectly, muscle memory preserved across centuries, guiding her through the intricate process. Now the true work could begin. The loom of threads was not merely a tool for creating physical cloth, but a means of capturing and expressing memory, emotion, intention, weaving them into physical form that could be preserved and shared. The Vanir had used such cloths for various purposes: to record histories, to celebrate significant events, to work through grief or joy too powerful to be contained within the heart alone. The resulting textiles were not ordinary fabrics, but magical artifacts that could convey direct experience to those who touched them, allowing the sharing of perspectives across generations. "What shall I weave?" Freya asked herself softly, the question at once simple and profound. She had come to this place driven by an urge she couldn't fully articulate, a need to reconnect with her origins, to touch something uncorrupted by the centuries of conflict and loss. But now, facing the actual moment of creation, she found herself uncertain. The starlight threads waited on the spindle, responsive to her intention but requiring direction. The most traditional use would be to create a record of her life's significant moments, her achievements, her struggles, her transformations. Yet, as she considered this, Freya realized that such a cloth would be dominated by darkness, the wars between Vanir and Aesir, a strategic marriage to Odin, the loss of her Valkyrie wings, the death of her son Baldur at Kratos' hands, and her subsequent quest for vengeance. These memories, while powerful, were not what she wished to preserve in starlight. The darkness already had sufficient monuments. She would not add another to their number. "No," she said firmly, the word addressed to herself as much as to the watching nightjar. "I will not weave more suffering into the fabric of the worlds. There has been enough of that." The bird bobbed its head once, as if in agreement, its bright eyes never leaving her face. Instead, she decided, she would focus on moments of beauty, of connection, of growth, the threads that had been harder to see amid the tapestry of pain but had nonetheless been real, had sustained her through even the darkest times. And perhaps, looking forward, she might weave intentions for healing, for reconciliation, for finding purpose beyond revenge. The loom was as much a tool for shaping future as for preserving past, according to the oldest Vanir teachings. The nightjar chirped softly, as if in approval. Its presence offered silent witness to her work, neither judging nor guiding, but simply acknowledging, and Freya found unexpected comfort in this simple companionship. In the traditions of her people, witnessing was considered a sacred role, the observer who helped bring something into full existence through the act of conscious attention. Freya threaded the loom with the spun starlight, her movements slow and deliberate, conscious that each action carried meaning. The wooden frame seemed to come more fully alive under her touch, the dormant enchantments awakening after their long sleep. Small runes carved into the wood began to glow faintly, and the air around the loom took on a subtle shimmer, as if reality itself was becoming more permeable in this space. The boundaries between memory and present, between thought and form, grew thinner as the ancient tool fulfilled its purpose. First the foundation, she murmured, beginning the actual weaving process. In the tradition of her people, every cloth began with a base pattern representing the weaver's essential nature, their soul's signature, unique as a fingerprint. Freya's hands moved with muscle memory, creating an intricate design of interlocking spirals and flowing lines that spoke of adaptability, resilience, wisdom hard-won through suffering. The pattern emerged without conscious planning, her deepest self expressing itself through the movement of her hands, starlight responding to inner truth that could not be falsified or disguised. As the pattern emerged, Freya felt a subtle shift within herself, a reconnection to aspects of her being that had been overshadowed by more recent identities. Queen, hostage, mother, sorceress, avenger. Beneath all these, she remained fundamentally Vanir, a daughter of a people who had understood the world as an interconnected whole, who had valued harmony and growth over dominance and stasis. The realization came not as thought, but as feeling, a sense of homecoming that brought unexpected tears to her eyes, quickly blinked away as she continued her work. "I had almost forgotten," she said softly, fingers continuing their dance across the loom. "How different we were, my people and the Azir. How differently we saw the nature of power, of wisdom, of purpose." The realization brought neither pride nor bitterness, merely a clear recognition of truths long obscured by the complications of her journey. The Vanir had understood power as something that flowed through rather than something possessed, wisdom as perspective rather than accumulated knowledge, purpose as contribution rather than achievement. With the foundation established, Freya paused, considering what memory to capture first. After a moment's reflection, she decided to begin not with the distant past, but with a more recent experience. A moment that had reminded her there could be more to existence than the cycle of violence and retribution that had consumed her for so long. The starlight threads seemed to respond to her decision, shifting slightly on the loom as if arranging themselves to better capture this particular memory. She thought of a young woman she had encountered in the forest not long ago, a healer seeking specific herbs that grew only in Freya's protected grove. Rather than turning her away, Freya had felt moved to share knowledge, spending an afternoon teaching the eager student about plants most mortals never encountered. The woman's genuine appreciation and her dedication to using the knowledge to ease suffering had touched something in Freya that she had thought long dead, a desire to nurture, to contribute positively to the worlds rather than merely surviving within them or bending them to her will. It had been a small interaction, insignificant by the measure of godly deeds, yet it had left her feeling more herself than she had in centuries. As Freya focused on this memory, the starlight threads began to shift color slightly, taking on hints of green and gold that reflected the forest setting and the warmth of the interaction. The loom seemed to respond to her intentions, the shuttle moving with increasing smoothness, as if eager to help manifest this particular story. The memory flowed from her mind through her hands into the developing cloth, becoming simultaneously more vivid in her own recollection as it took physical form in the weaving. "Yes," she murmured, "this is worth preserving. Not grand battles or cosmic struggles, but the simple act of sharing knowledge, of connecting across difference." The cloth began to show an abstract yet recognizable scene, two figures amid stylized foliage, a transfer of something luminous between them that represented the knowledge shared. The image was not literal but symbolic, capturing the essence of the experience rather than its surface appearance. In this way, the loom of threads enabled a form of communication more profound than words alone could achieve, accessing layers of meaning that ordinary language could only approximate. The nightjar sang a brief melody, 3 notes rising and falling, before returning to its watchful silence. Above, the stars continued their slow dance across the heavens, certain constellations setting as others rose to take their place. Freya worked steadily, losing track of time as she immersed herself in the weaving process. The rhythm of the shuttle, the subtle resistance of the threads, the gradual emergence of pattern from individual elements, all combined to create a meditative state where past and present seemed equally accessible, equally real. From that first memory, she moved backward in time, selecting moments not for their historical significance, but for their emotional resonance. Instances where she had glimpsed possibilities beyond the limited roles assigned to her by circumstance or the expectations of others. The cloth grew accordingly, each new section adding complexity and beauty to the developing whole, colors shifting as the starlight threads responded to the nature of each memory being captured. She wove the memory of teaching a young Baldur to communicate with the plants and animals of the forest, his childish delight when a butterfly landed on his outstretched finger, responding to his gentle call. The pain of his later fate remained, but in capturing this moment, Freya honored the joy that had been equally real, equally true. The starlight threads took on a warm golden hue in this section, reflecting the sunlight that had filtered through the forest canopy that long ago afternoon, illuminating her son's smile with natural radiance that matched his inner light. She wove her first discovery of her affinity for cider magic, the moment when she realized that she could perceive the underlying connections between all living things and, with practice and wisdom, influence those connections toward harmony or discord. The awe of that revelation had shaped her entire existence thereafter, setting her on a path of deep study and responsibility. In this section of the cloth, the threads shimmered with an inner luminosity that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles, suggesting the multiple layers of reality that had become visible to her in that transformative moment. She wove the memory of a midnight swim in the sacred lake of Vanaheim, when she had been very young, floating on her back beneath a meteor shower, feeling simultaneously insignificant and infinite, a paradox that had given her first insight into the nature of true wisdom. This portion of the cloth captured the deep blue of the night water, the streaking silver of falling stars, the sensation of being held by something greater than herself while containing vastness within. The threads here moved with subtle undulation, suggesting water's flow and the motion of celestial bodies across the vault of the sky. Each memory added to the growing cloth, creating a pattern more complex and beautiful than any single scene could convey. The starlight threads seemed almost eager now, responding to her touch with increasing sensitivity, sometimes appearing to move of their own accord, to suggest connections between scenes that Freya herself had not consciously recognized. The shuttle flew more swiftly, the weaving practically guiding itself at times, as if the loom remembered its purpose and rejoiced in fulfilling it once more after long dormancy. The cloth reveals what the heart knows but the mind has not named, she recalled from her early training. The loom of threads had always been said to possess a wisdom of its own, helping weavers to see beyond their limited perspectives to deeper truths. What emerged was never quite what the weaver initially intended, but something richer, more integrated, drawing on levels of awareness beyond conscious thought. Freya could see this happening now, as patterns connected and built upon each other in ways she had not planned, but immediately recognized as right. She wove the memory of her first successful healing, a wounded wolf she had found as a young woman, managing to save its life through a combination of herbal knowledge and nascent magical ability. The creature's gradual return to health, its eventual return to the wild, had taught her about the relationship between healer and healed, the necessary balance of intervention and allowing natural process. The threads in this section were muted green and silver, suggesting forest shadows and moonlight, the setting where the healing had taken place over many weeks. She wove her first meeting with Mimir, long before he became Odin's advisor and prisoner, when he had been a free traveler between realms, sharing knowledge out of genuine desire to foster understanding. Their conversation beside a mountain spring had lasted from midday until midnight, ranging across subjects cosmic and mundane, serious and light-hearted. It had been a meeting of equals, of minds that approached knowledge with similar reverence if different methods. This section glowed with warm amber tones, suggesting the campfire that had illuminated their dialogue as night fell. She wove the moment. She had stood alone atop the highest peak in Jotunheim, having journeyed there to extend diplomatic connections between Vanir and Jotunar, watching the aurora borealis unfold across the northern sky in patterns the giants read as prophecy. The immensity of the landscape, the vastness of time suggested by ancient mountains, had granted perspective that helped her navigate the complex politics awaiting her return to Vanir. This section of the cloth captured the shifting greens and purples of the aurora, the stark white of snow-covered peaks, the sense of standing between earth and sky at a place of natural power. As the night reached its midpoint, Freya paused in her work, stretching to ease muscles that had grown stiff with concentration. The nightjar remained on its perch, occasionally preening its feathers, but keeping its bright gaze primarily on the developing cloth. The hilltop was utterly still, save for the gentle movement of the breeze through the standing stones, and the barely perceptible hum of magic emanating from the active loom. The stars overhead had shifted position, marking the passage of hours that had seemed like moments in the flow of weaving. It was in this moment of stillness that Freya became aware of another presence, not physical, but unmistakably real, a subtle shift in the energy of the sacred space that spoke of conscious attention. She turned slowly, scanning the circle of stones until her gaze fell upon a faint luminescence gathering near the eastern edge. The light seemed to draw substance from the ambient starlight, concentrating it into a form that grew gradually more defined, like fog coalescing into specific shapes. The light coalesced gradually into a form that was suggestive rather than definite, the general shape of a woman, tall and slender, with long hair that seemed to float as if underwater. Though the features remained indistinct, Freya recognized the presence immediately, a recognition that came from something deeper than vision. The particular quality of energy, the specific pattern of consciousness. These were unmistakable, as identifiable to her as a voice or face would be to ordinary senses. "Grandmother," she said softly, inclining her head in respect. "I did not expect to encounter you here." The word was both literal and honorary. Nerthus was indeed her ancestress, though separated by many generations, and also the spiritual forebear of all who followed the Vanir traditions of weaving, healing, and communion with the natural world. The luminous figure inclined her head in return, a gesture that somehow conveyed both acknowledgement and approval. Nerthus, goddess of peace and fertility, one of the most ancient and revered of the Vanir, had been dead for centuries by conventional reckoning, sacrificed during the war with the Aesir to create a magical barrier that had saved thousands of Vanir lives. Yet here, on this sacred hilltop under the stars, with the loom of threads active once more. The boundaries between life and death, present and past, seemed more permeable. What the Aesir would call a ghost, the Vanir understood as a natural continuation, consciousness freed from physical form, but not from connection or care. "Am I imagining you?" Freya asked, though she already knew the answer. The quality of the presence was too distinct, too characteristically Nerthus in its calm intensity to be a product of her own mind. Besides, the nightjar had shifted its attention to the luminous figure, head turned and eyes bright with recognition, confirming that the manifestation was not merely internal. The spirit made no reply in words, but Freya felt a gentle pressure against her consciousness, an invitation rather than an intrusion. Opening herself to it, she received not language but direct impression. Approval of her return to the old ways, pleasure at seeing the loom awakened, encouragement to continue the work she had begun. The communication was richer than words could capture, layered with nuances of feeling and understanding that transcended ordinary conversation. This was how the Vanir had communicated at their most intimate and profound, a practice largely lost in the contemporary realms. "I have been lost for so long," Freya admitted, the words coming more easily to this ancestral presence than they would have to any living being. "Consumed by grief, by rage, by the need for vengeance. I forgot what it meant to be Vanir, to seek balance, to understand that destruction and creation are aspects of the same force, that true power lies in knowing when to yield, when to persist, when to transform." Speaking these truths aloud brought a sense of release, an acknowledgement of how far she had strayed from her own nature in the aftermath of loss and betrayal. The spirit of Nerthus moved closer to the loom, ghostly hands hovering above the partially completed cloth. Freya felt another impression form in her mind, recognition of the pattern she was creating, appreciation for its subtle complexity, and a gentle question about what was yet to come, what future intentions she planned to weave into the final sections of the cloth. The query carried no judgment, only genuine interest, and an underlying encouragement to consider carefully what she would manifest. "The future," Freya repeated, considering. "I have been so fixated on the past, on what was taken from me, on what I lost through my own actions or inactions. I have barely allowed myself to consider what might yet be." This realization struck her with unexpected force. How narrowly she had defined herself by what had already occurred, how little thought she had given to possibilities that remained open before her. Her pursuit of vengeance against Kratos had been less about justice than about clinging to the past, refusing to acknowledge that what was lost could not be regained through violence or retribution. The nightjar, which had maintained respectful silence during this exchange, now sang out a series of notes that seemed to form a question of its own, echoing the spirit's inquiry. What future would she weave? What intentions would she set? What possibilities would she acknowledge and nurture with her focus? The bird's bright eyes reflected starlight, giving them an almost otherworldly appearance as they fixed upon her face, awaiting her response. Freya turned back to the loom, studying the pattern that had emerged thus far. The memories she had chosen to weave, moments of connection, of learning, of beauty amid struggle, already suggested a direction. They were not merely records of the past, but affirmations of values, of ways of being that she wished to reclaim and strengthen. The cloth spoke more truly of her essential nature than the vengeful figure she had become in recent times, driven by pain rather than purpose. "I will weave healing," she said finally, decision crystallizing as she spoke it aloud. Not forgetting, never that, but integration, accepting all that has occurred as part of the whole cloth of existence, finding the meaning within even the darkest threads. This was not surrender, but transformation, not dismissing the significance of what had happened, but refusing to let it define all that might yet be. The path would not be easy. Centuries of accumulated grief and anger could not be dispelled in a single night, but the intention itself held power, setting a direction that could gradually reshape both inner landscape and outer reality. The spirit of Nerthus seemed to brighten slightly, approval radiating from her luminous form. The witnessing of intention was itself a form of strengthening in the Vanir understanding, shared consciousness providing foundation for manifestation. "And I will weave purpose beyond vengeance," Freya continued, each word feeling like a step on a new path, unmapped but somehow right. "There is so much knowledge I carry, so many abilities I have honed over centuries. Surely there are better uses for them than pursuit of personal retribution." She thought of her talent for healing, her deep understanding of plants and their properties, her capacity to perceive and influence the subtle energies that flowed through all living things. These gifts had been given for creation and nurturing, not for destruction. Using them solely for vengeance was a distortion of their essential nature. The nightjar trilled, a sound like water over stones, clear and sweet in the night air. Its song seemed to affirm her words, adding its own voice to the declaration of intent, helping to anchor it more firmly in reality. In the traditions of the Vanir, such affirmations were considered part of the manifestation process. Intention spoken, witnessed, and acknowledged becoming more powerful through each step. "And connection," Freya concluded, the word emerging with quiet certainty. "I have isolated myself for too long, first as protection, then as punishment. But the Vanir understood that wisdom grows through exchange, that strength comes through relationship, that healing happens in community. I will open myself to possibility again, even knowing the risks." This final intention felt both the simplest and the most challenging, to allow herself vulnerability after so long behind barriers of anger, pride, and fear. Yet it also felt the most essential, the foundation upon which the others would build. The spirit of Nerthus inclined her head one final time, then began to fade, her purpose apparently fulfilled. As the luminescence dispersed, returning to the ambient magic of the hilltop, Freya felt a gentle touch against her consciousness. Not words, but a blessing, an affirmation of her chosen path. The sensation lingered even as the visible manifestation dissolved, a warmth and lightness that suggested she did not walk alone, that the wisdom of her ancestors remained accessible even across the boundaries of life and death. "Thank you, grandmother," she said to the night air, "for witnessing, for guiding, for reminding me who I have always been beneath the layers of pain and protective hardening." The gratitude was not merely courtesy, but recognition of gift received, the gift of remembered perspective, of connection to lineage and tradition that provided context for individual experience. Returning to the loom with renewed purpose, Freya began the final section of the cloth, the weaving of intentions for what was yet to be. This was the most delicate and powerful aspect of working with the loom of threads, for what was woven here existed in potential rather than actuality, helping to shape possibility rather than merely recording what had already occurred. It required clarity of vision, steadiness of purpose, and willingness to commit to a path without guaranteeing its outcome. In the tradition of her people, such intentions were represented not through literal scenes, but through symbolic patterns, abstract formations that captured the essence of the desired state or direction. Freya's hands moved with increasing confidence, creating intricate spirals that represented healing, the integration of fragmented aspects of self into a more complete whole. She added flowing lines that spoke of adaptability and growth, of movement away from stasis and stagnation. She incorporated subtle stars and circles suggesting new connections, new relationships, new ways of engaging with the worlds and their inhabitants. The starlight threads responded to these intentions with particular vibrancy, their luminosity intensifying as they were worked into the cloth. Colors shifted and blended, greens suggesting growth and renewal, blues evoking depth and truth, golds and silvers reflecting illumination and wisdom. The pattern grew increasingly complex, yet remained harmonious, each element relating meaningfully to every other, creating a unified whole that was more than the sum of its parts. As she worked, something shifted within her, not dramatically, but genuinely, like a plant long kept in darkness beginning to turn toward newly available light. The act of weaving these intentions was itself transformative, requiring her to clarify what she truly wanted, beyond the reflexive anger and grief that had driven her for so long. The process demanded honesty about where she had been, where she stood currently, and where she wished to move. A comprehensive assessment that left no room for the self-deception that can accompany suffering. "This is why the loom was created," she murmured, understanding flowing through her as her hands continued their steady work, not merely to record or remember, but to realign, to help us see more clearly, choose more wisely, move more purposefully within the great pattern of existence. The ancient Vanir had understood the power of externalized intention, of making tangible the directions and desires that might otherwise remain vague impulses or fleeting thoughts. In giving form to aspiration, the loom helped bridge the gap between potential and manifestation. The nightjar, which had been silent during her concentrated weaving, now began to sing. Not isolated notes or brief phrases, but a sustained melody that rose and fell like gentle waves, somehow harmonizing with the subtle sounds of the loom as threads crossed and connected under Freya's guidance. The bird's song seemed to weave itself into the cloth alongside the starlight, adding an auditory dimension to the primarily visual and tactile creation. In the traditions of the Vanir, such spontaneous contributions were welcomed as enrichments to the work, additions from consciousness beyond the weaver's own. The stars had wheeled far across the sky, dawn perhaps 2 hours away, when Freya finally completed the cloth. She sat back, hands dropping to her lap, and studied what she had created. The foundation pattern of her essential self, the selected memories of connection and growth, the symbols of future intention, all combined into a unified whole that seemed to shimmer with more than merely reflected starlight. The cloth possessed a presence, an aliveness beyond ordinary material, vibrating subtly with the energy it contained. It was both artifact and entity, creation and creature, in the way that the most profound works of art transcend their medium to become something more. In the tradition, the final step was to release the cloth, not to keep it as a physical object, but to transform it back into pure energy, allowing it to join the invisible matrix that connected all things. This return completed the cycle, ensuring that the insights gained and the intentions set would ripple outward, influencing reality in subtle but real ways. The physical manifestation was temporary, a means of focusing and clarifying what would ultimately exist beyond form. Freya placed her hands on either side of the completed cloth, palms parallel but not touching the shimmering material. She began the final chant, her voice clear and strong in the pre-dawn stillness. Thread to star, star to thread, pattern returns to its source. What was separated rejoins the whole, carrying meaning, purpose, truth. I release what has been woven, not to lose it, but to share it, not to end its journey, but to begin its true work. As the final words left her lips, the cloth began to glow more intensely, the starlight threads awakening to their original nature. Gradually, the material grew transparent, the intricate pattern remaining visible even as its substance transformed from physical to energetic. In a final luminous pulse, the cloth dissolved completely, tiny motes of light spiraling upward to rejoin the stars from which they had been temporarily borrowed. The pattern itself seemed to linger momentarily in the air, a ghostly imprint visible more to inner than outer eye, before dispersing into the ambient energy of the hilltop. The loom stood empty once more, though not dormant as it had been upon her arrival. A subtle energy continued to flow through its ancient wood, a readiness that suggested it might not need to wait centuries before its next use. The awakening Freya had initiated would persist, available to others who might find their way to this sacred place, drawn by needs similar to those that had guided her here. Freya remained seated, eyes closed, allowing the experience to settle within her. The act of weaving on the loom of threads had been both remembrance and renewal, a reconnection to her Vanir heritage, and a recommitment to values she had temporarily lost sight of amid the tumult of recent centuries. The cloth itself had dissolved, returned to starlight, but its essence remained within her, not as memory alone, but as active influence, a recalibration of her relationship to past, present, and future. When she finally opened her eyes, the first hint of dawn was lightening the eastern horizon. The nightjar, having witnessed the entire process, spread its wings in preparation for departure, its role as companion and witness complete with the finishing of the cloth. The bird's presence had been an unexpected gift, a reminder that sacred work was rarely truly solitary, that consciousness beyond the human or divine often participated in moments of significance. "Thank you for your company, little one," Freya said softly, "and for your song." The words were simple but sincere, acknowledging the value of witnessing presence that asks nothing but offers much through its attentive being. The bird trilled once more, then launched itself from the stone, flying not toward the shelter of the forest as might be expected with daylight approaching, but upward in a spiraling path that carried it out of sight among the fading stars. The unusual flight path confirmed what Freya had suspected, that her feathered companion had been more than an ordinary nightjar, perhaps a manifestation of the hilltop's resident consciousness, or a messenger from realms beyond ordinary perception. Freya smiled, recognizing that her nocturnal companion had perhaps been more than an ordinary bird, one of the many forms that the spirits of this sacred place might adopt to observe or interact with visitors. The Vanir had never drawn rigid distinctions between categories of beings the way the Aesir did. In their understanding, consciousness flowed through all things, merely expressing itself differently according to form and function. A bird might carry wisdom as profound as any god if one had ears to hear and heart to understand. Rising from her seated position, Freya approached the loom one final time, running her fingers lightly over its frame in gratitude and farewell. "Sleep again if you must," she told it. "But not for so long this time. I will return, and perhaps others will find their way here as well, drawn by the need to remember, to understand, to transform." The promise felt right, a commitment to maintain connection with this aspect of her heritage, rather than abandoning it again to silence and forgetting. The first direct rays of sunlight crested the eastern hills as Freya began her descent, illuminating the circle of standing stones and the ancient loom at their center. The hilltop looked ordinary again in the clear light of day, just weathered stones and an old wooden structure atop a natural elevation. Yet Freya carried within her the reality of what had transpired, the subtle but significant shift in her orientation toward past, present, and future. The path downhill seemed easier than her ascent had been, though whether this was due to the growing light or her own lightened spirit she could not say. The forest welcomed her back with morning sounds, birds awakening, small creatures moving through underbrush, leaves rustling in the gentle breath of dawn, life continuing its cycles as it had before her arrival and would after her departure, indifferent to the dramas of gods, yet intimately connected to the balance or imbalance they created through their choices. As she walked, Freya felt the intentions she had woven beginning their work within her, not dramatically but persistently, like seeds sending out the first delicate roots. There would be challenges ahead, certainly. The path of healing was rarely straight or simple, and the habits of centuries could not be transformed in a single night of starlit weaving. But she had set her course with clear sight and genuine commitment, and that was no small thing. The direction itself mattered more than the pace of travel, or the inevitable detours along the way. Halfway down the hill, she paused at a natural overlook that offered a view across the valley below, already bright with morning light. Vanaheim stretched before her, vibrant with life and ancient magic, despite all the changes and conflicts that had altered the 9 realms since her youth. It remained a place of beauty, of power, of possibility. Much like herself, the parallel struck her with sudden clarity. Both she and her homeland had endured invasion, alteration, periods of dormancy, yet neither had lost their essential nature, their capacity for renewal when conditions allowed. "Threads connect us all," she murmured, recalling one of the first teachings she had received about the nature of reality. Visible and invisible, ancient and new, broken and mended. The pattern continues, ever changing, ever whole. The words were a reminder and a comfort, that nothing existed in true isolation, that every action rippled outward affecting the great fabric of being, that even the most profound disruptions could be integrated into new patterns of meaning. With these words, Freya continued her journey downhill, carrying with her the memory of starlight made tangible, of wisdom received through the sacred act of weaving, of intentions set and possibilities awakened. The loom of threads stood behind her on the hilltop, waiting for the next seeker of truth, the next weaver of memory and intention, while before her stretched paths as yet untaken, stories as yet unlived, connections as yet unmade. And in the clear light of morning, this seemed not a burden, but a gift, the precious opportunity to continue the weaving of her life with greater awareness, purpose and heart than before. And so our journey through the realms draws to a close for tonight. May Hypnos, god of sleep, watch over you as you drift through dreams of legendary proportions. If these tales of gods and monsters helped guide you to restful sleep, consider supporting our journey by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support gives me the strength to continue sharing these stories night after night. Remember, these videos play uninterrupted through the night, with no ads to disturb your slumber, just the soothing sounds of mythic realms to accompany your dreams. For those seeking passage to exclusive content, our Patreon offers early access to all videos and special playlists crafted to enhance your sleep. The link awaits in the description below. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be mighty, and your rest be undisturbed by the conflicts of gods and men. Sleep well, brave one.